Good morning, everyone. We are back with more Scroll of Taiwu with Taiwu. Didn't mean that to rhyme, but there we are. Last time around, we were doing all right. We got ourselves set up for moving towards the end. We got revenge for our sister, quite handily, I would say, by picking up the soul absorption to counter that cheaty little spellcaster. We do not like cheaty little spellcasters at all. So that worked out incredibly well. Had we not gone that avenue, I'm not sure what we would have done there. We are moving towards the end. I think we have everything that we need to do the next sword mound, and I have a very strong suspicion that when we defeat the next sword mound, we're on the train to victory or death, and that train has no brakes. So we're gonna side quest slightly, and we are at Jade Maiden Peak. I've been told that we can pick up some extra defensive stats here. It's like a permanent upgrade to our poise. As you can see here, that is by far our absolute worst stat. So I don't really have the intention of fully doing the storyline. We'll see. What I want to do is I want to go far enough that we get the stats, that we get the poise stats. So we're gonna start in on that. We'll see where we get. But yeah, my main goal for today is that next sword mound as soon as we have that. So we'll see where we end up. We may go long today, just depending on where we're at. Because like I said, I think when we beat this next sword mound, we're gonna start the chain of events that ends the game. I'm not 100% certain about that, obviously, but just in case, between last time and now, just like before, I did a little bit of work. So I have finished off all of our true chi. We are now maxed out. I have fixed the allocation of our chi to the correct element. We're as good as we get. In addition, I ran around and I went to, I don't know, 2 or 3 different sects, and I just learned all of their chi cultivation techniques, and I cultivated them up. So I have 12,400 Danton chi, so when we beat that next sword mound, we'll be able to dump more into our true chi cap. I was told by Haas that, I think he said we need like 34,000 true chi to completely max out your stats. I don't think I'm quite there. I think I'm at maybe 30k or something if I pulled all these stats back out again. So right now we're sitting at 130 in all of our stats. And I don't know... Well, before we do that, the boss, we'll think about shifting things around due to Cicada. But for now, we'll run with what we've got. Good morning, Raw. Good morning, Shinosuke. How you guys doing? I'm just kind of slow rolling here for a minute and letting people trickle in. It's a little unfortunate that we land here on a Wednesday. Wednesdays are really hard for a lot of people to be able to make it to stream. So, yeah, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. We have extra thick Canadian smoke today where I'm at. So hopefully my voice is going to hold out. I've got my filter running, but yeah, it definitely takes a toll on my vocal cords. Good morning, Shinosuke. How you doing? Okay, that's my slow roll. Let's get to it. We are looking for, like I said, we want to get the extra poise stat. That's all I'm really interested in getting out of this. So let's see what we can do. Also, there was a bajillion people after these books, so I got to be really careful. If I ever stay in the same place, we are going to get absolutely mugged. All right, now I'm hoping... Oh, I need to have a month go by, don't I? To start our quest here. Okay, I have been working on our sister, Daihun Zhu. I hope we don't have to play as Daihun Zhu, but just in case we do, I've been working on her traits. I don't remember where I was at on that. We'll throw in a balance. Let me actually look at you. Yeah, we have fixed all her traits at this point. I did quite a lot of this. Heavenly Gifted, Universal Alignment, Stealthy Movement, Warlike Rakshasa, nice. 20% Fizz Pin. That's not nothing. Primal Energy Conduit, also pretty nice. Really nice, actually. Indomitable, Divine Meridians, Unflinching, and Focused. Oh, I also did change my mind slightly on the breakthrough that I did on Method of the Nine Heart. I was thinking about our conversation. I think it was you, Shinosuke, that was mentioning it. And I did decide, you know what? No, it is worth getting whatever stats we can get out of that. So I went ahead and re-broke through it. I mean, it was a few thousand XP. It's kind of whatever at this point. Equipped. So if we review. So I re-broke through it into a big breakthrough. Exactly 44. It went really smooth, actually, weirdly enough. So a little stronger than it was. If we look at its stats via this, they're a little bit higher. I mean, it was like 20 stats for everything, but you know, you're not wrong. 20 stats is 20 stats, and if I avoid that on too many things, then obviously we're going to be lower than we should be. Okay, I need to burn some more energy, weirdly enough, so I will get nothing out of actually running this at the moment, so I guess we'll read. We have read a bajillion books, most of which don't matter at this point. We're just reading it for the sake of reading it, essentially. Okay, let's see if we get the quest to pop up here. I'm glad I stirred thought. Yeah, like I said, the ship is slow to turn, but that doesn't mean it's not possible to turn. Had a good dinner, so that's nice. Well, that's good. Okay, let's roll a month. I'm hoping that we get the quest to pop up here. I don't remember what the Jade Maiden trigger was. Rumors cut like ice and burn like fire. Okay, good. All right, what do we got? Chi Restoration. I am sorry, I'm not giving out anything at the moment. Okay. Wants to give us some advice about Shaolin One Finger Chan. Okay. All right, here we go. Midnight Gukwang Song. The Jade Maiden sect's disciples are known for their mastery of music, but there was a sudden burst of discordant Gukwen sound, harsh, jarring, out of tune. All right, I think we're gonna have a movie here right away. So I'm gonna hide me, and we're gonna play the movie.
On Jade Maiden's peak, a celestial maiden once descended with a mysterious stone known as Egarem. Legend has it that within this stone lies the secret to the ascension of immortality. A mysterious woman, dwelling alone atop the peak, unexpectedly encounters Taiwu. Together, Taiwu and she will unravel the secrets of the Egarem.
Is this the beach episode that we've so longed for? Okay, we will get started. On Jade Maiden Peak, there's a staircase paved with green stones that runs from the foot of the mountain all the way to the summit. As Taiwu Ru ascends these steps, she hears the sound of Zongshui from Dongting Lake, and her footsteps on stone steps are as crisp as the sound of breaking jade. Climb the step. On a beautiful night with the moonlight as clear as waters, as Taiwu Ru is halfway there, she suddenly hears a clear and melodious sound of a Gukwen coming from the Gukwen room. They get over, Ru realizes the person playing the Gukwen at midnight must be a diligent disciple of the Jade Maiden sect who chooses here to practice. Unwilling to disturb, Ru turns and descends a few steps, about to leave. But at that moment, the music from the Gukwen becomes more chaotic, like a sudden storm with a melody in disarray, lacking finesse. This noisy sound completely obscures Ru's footsteps. What happened? Curious about the change, Ru couldn't help but climb back up the stone steps and slowly approach the Gukwen room. Outside the Gukwen room, Ru listens intently, but now the music inside is completely devolved into chaos, making it difficult to distinguish its scales and tones. Shortly after, a sudden snapping sound rings out, bringing the tumultuous music to an abrupt halt. There seems that the guquin string broke, preventing further play. For a moment, the room falls silent, devoid of any movement. Rue, standing still, thinks, from what I've heard, the person playing the guquin seems to be in a state of emotional turmoil, unable to play a coherent tune, causing the strings to snap and the music to cease. I wonder why this person is feeling so distraught. As Taiwu Rue ponders, she suddenly hears someone speaking in the room. The words are filled with resentment and annoyance, tinged with a hint of frustration. Alas, despite my dedicated practice day and night, why can't I grasp the essence of it? Through the door, the person continues murmuring, waiting for a lover, waiting for a lover. They say the song expresses foolish words of deep love, but what exactly are foolish words and deep love? All songs are merely played on the guquin, yet this one emphasizes a romantic atmosphere. It's impossible to play such a piece without specific romantic ambience. It's truly perplexing. Turns out she's troubled because she can't play. Rue realizes that the disciple of Jade Maiden Sect in the guquin room has been practicing late into the night. Despite her long and arduous practice, she still can't express the emotions of the guquin piece correctly, leading to frustration, scattered thoughts, and ultimately falling into a deadlock. With so many scattered thoughts, it's impossible to play the piece well. Thinking about this, Taiwu Rue shakes her head inwardly. Suddenly, another voice sounds inside the room. It sounds younger, perplexed. Senior sister, I also can't understand the Hangzhou melody. If King Mu doesn't come, then so be it. The Queen Mother should also stop waiting for him. Why does she have to keep waiting endlessly? The young disciple continues to ask, not just that. Senior sister, you've been practicing the melody of emotions for so long, but I only understand the emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. As for love, hatred, and desire, I don't understand any of them. How can I cultivate this kind of martial arts in the future? One question follows another from the young disciple, while the senior sister, who was playing the guquin before, cannot provide an answer for any of them, remaining speechless. Taiwu Rue can't help but ponder. Practicing the Jade Maiden martial arts seems not to have completely eliminated human emotions and desires. Those who don't understand emotions won't be able to practice martial arts well. However, when practicing those martial arts, one must forsake love and passion and practice alone on Jade Maiden Peak. Furthermore, Jade Maiden martial art could utilize passion as a snare, leading those with hearts of sentiment to lose their minds and become infatuated. So, if one devoid of passion were to practice this method, and they themselves don't understand these emotions, how could they grasp the subtleties and master such a refined martial art? Taiwu Rue's doubts deepened. Unable to find an answer, she could only leave it for now. Feel puzzled. Jade Maiden Sect's hidden treasure, the Igarim, holds profound mechanism, yet none have unraveled its secrets to this day. Ignore. I forgot how long this save thing is nowadays. I'm assuming it's just because the people have gotten so much history at this point. All right, stuff happens. Wait for some time. Well, that is not the answer that Taiwu Babel was hoping for. All right, we'll roll over here. Okay, we no longer need to do circulation, at least not for the moment. Let's trade out. I just don't even want that either, though, do I? I was gonna say we trade that out for rest, but I just don't even want them. All right, we'll just continue our reading extravaganza, I suppose. She is very much a fast reader compared to, I think, all my other characters. Just literally burn through those books. Okay, and just because I haven't checked in, let's go grab whatever it is. Continuously overflowing with the core materials that I no longer need. Rather annoying, I will say. There's our second full swamp. Yeah, they go a lot faster once you get past that initial... Ooh, baby, look at that. That's like 40 weight right there. Once you get past that initial build up and you start actually getting the materials. Oh, look at that. That's going to be another quickie. Almost done with our third flower. Done, done, done. Fertile land. Not done with its third. Not even close. Our second water. Okay, very nice. Beast 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we're done with beasts. Warnings. The tavern needs a steward. There you go. And the foundry also needs a steward. There you go. Flute is specifically for mixing finger arts and fist arts, but the guqin is a pure music build. Would kind of be nice probably to have something that you can shift back and forth from so you don't get stuck like out of a range that you would prefer and have nothing to do. We've seen the horrificness of that when it happens to us. Okay, I did move. We can spend energy or roll the month and not overspend energy. This day, while Taiwu is resting, a message suddenly arrives saying that there's been entrusted to deliver a letter. This is the Azure Luan seal on the envelope, with the words to Taiwu written on it, along with several sundries sent along with the letter, but it's unclear who sent them. Check the sundries. Upon careful examination, although Taiwu is unsure of the sender, she considers that these items may be useful. Send me some lazurite. Ru immediately opens and reads the letter. It's written in thin and clear handwriting, but without his signature. My relative was once corrupted by Zongshu outside Taiwu village and was saved by you in the past. I'm deeply grateful for this. Now that I have hear of your travels and your mission to slay all evil, I worry about the dangers you'll encounter on the way. Therefore, I take the liberty to write this letter, hoping this humble gift can offer you some assistance. As for my identity, please don't dwell on it. I'm just one among many living beings and genuine admiration for you. I see, we have a fan. After reading the letter, Taiwu realizes that this person might admire the successor of Taiwu due to past connections, hence went through the great effort to send the letter and the gifts. The sender's gesture is filled with heartfelt sincerity, yet Taiwu remains unaware of their true identity. The Azure Luan seal. I wonder if I'll meet that person in the future. You're gonna slow roll me like this quest? Flute is awkward because it mixes range and melee. Every flute I make, carefully alter the styles to match my annihilation arts precisely. Yeah, I can see how that could be a problem. I mean, my sword is perfectly aligned to what I want to do, but anytime they mess with it, like, oh, you can only hold 5 techniques, I'm like, oh my god, everything falls apart. Too many flutes I pick up randomly just start with a jab attack that's way too close for the following music attack. 32761A says, flute is the best. I love flute. There you go. Okay, are we? We're still, oh my goodness. Okay, we're gonna shift over. No, we're gonna not read a finished book. Wait, hang on. You're not, why are you looking so funky? You're not finished. No, you are finished. Oh my goodness. Brain fart there. Okay, we will continue to work through fine arts books, but like I said, we are nearing the end of the road. Got a medical one here though. That's not bad. Fine arts. Yep. I should have probably dumped books. Okay, there we go. Done, and I'm just basically using this to burn energy more than anything else. All right, we're gonna shift so we don't get caught. Yeah, I think if when I ever do another playthrough, I'm definitely gonna go with a days build. I don't know whether that's gonna be talismans or music, but one of the two, I think. Basically kind of the opposite of what we've done this run. Sanguine palm technique, sure, thank you. Somebody's leaving babies. This day, while Taiwu is resting, a messenger suddenly arrives saying that he has been entrusted to deliver a letter. There's an Azure Luan seal on the envelope with the words to Taiwu written on it. Check the sundry. Items may be useful. It's Jade Aqua. Ru immediately opens the letter. It's written the same way as the last one. The name of successor Taiwu is known far and wide, and everyone has heard of it. However, the world's full of danger, and I only wish for your pursuit of the heart's pure to endure through the ages, praying for your safety. An unknown feeling surges in the heart. After reading the letter, Taiwu Ru ponders that the person who admires successor Taiwu due to past connection has sent it. Quite touching. All right, we got a little bit of a stalker here. You got Ride the Bird. You're gonna have to tell me more, 32. Okay, we're gonna shift over so we don't get caught. Music builds have wacky abilities like Annihilation Art that only does max damage if the opponent previously had a mistress that they liked. Oh my goodness. Those type of things could be fun to play, but that would be absolutely horrible to do something like that on stream for me. Okay, we'll do a reading and we'll continue to train. Promote. Zoo. Yes. Traits. Let's do some more attack traits. Okay, we'll shift over. Do another reading. And go. Boy, they're really making me put time through here. This would have been a good time to actually be circulating chi arts, but I've read literally everything I own and from everything of the surrounding sects. Okay, we got another letter. Check the sundries. It might be useful. It's more white tallow. It's written the same way. My heart drifts with a flowing water while my thoughts trail the one I adore. You are fated to transverse the murky world, yet keep a pure heart unfurled. Whenever you are safe and sound, I am at peace. An unknown feeling surges in the heart. After reading the letter, Taiwu Ru feels grateful. This person has consistently sent letters and gifts showing such admiration for the successor of Taiwu. While she's still unsure of the sender, replying through the messenger might be a way to reach them. We'll send a reply. Since this person admires successor of Taiwu and has been sending the letters every month, having some leisure time seems like the opportune moment for a response. Ru decides to take out writing material and prepare to write a reply. We will send a humble thank you letter. Thank you for your concern. After some contemplation, Ru writes a few words of gratitude, tactfully handling the situation with proper etiquette. Once the ink in the letter is dried, Ru seals it and hands it to the messenger for delivery. As the letter is sent out, Ru can't help but feel a sense of anticipation, wondering how the recipient will reply. Got rid of the Phoenix? No. Phoenix is my last mound. I was hinted at that once we finish that, we might just be on rails to the end of the game. So I want to go here and pick up the extra poise. Poise is kind of a gaping hole in my defenses. So I'm not planning necessarily on finishing Jade Maiden. We'll see. But I want the poise, so. Okay, we're going to shift over again so we don't get caught. Finish reading a book. Boy, they are really making me spend a lot of time on this one. Next book. Oh, shoot. I hope we finished that and we didn't eat the book. I might have eaten that book. All right, well, moot point either way. Like I said, we're kind of at the end of reading. There we go. Give me another study. I don't remember if I moved or not. I'm not going to chance that. I don't want to have 3 books stolen from me and have to go re-grab everything. That would be so annoying. By Phoenix, I meant Lao Li. Oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. I didn't do anything to them. Teach classic on poison to Daihu Ku. Daihu Ku sees Roof studying the classics of poison and gets curious. She asks about the book and says everyone has different strengths. Sure, we'll teach you about it. There you go, little kid. Daihun Ku smiles and gently pulls Ru aside, saying, I've heard a few things about the martial world, let me tell you. Congratulate some villagers getting married. The letter arrives, it's the same as before. Check the sundries. It's Ichalong Stone, tier 3. We open the letter. I admire you, hence I'm happy to do all these things. No need for thanks. I only write letters to reveal that our friendship is like moonlight, is forever real. The sender and I have never met, yet their sentiment in the letter is profound. Since you're aware, Taiwu, you should know that Taiwu is simply an ordinary person. Yeah. Since you're aware of Taiwu, you should know that Taiwu's an ordinary person. We send it back. Oh my goodness, what a time burner. This would be good in the early game when you have a bunch of books that you need to get through, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm pretty certain we'll be okay on the next one. Somebody that hits with external damage is exactly what we can actually fight. Like, that's what we're actually good at. We've just not been allowed to do that the last, like, 2 or 3 mounds. It's been ridiculous. Okay, 1 more month on that. I did move. Okay, we finished the book. Next book. Not studied. Literature. Okay, let's actually pay attention a little bit this time and see if we can actually finish this. No, not that one. Not those either. Boy, I'm really getting down into like 5th string of books here, aren't I? I'm gonna read again. I don't remember if I moved or not, so I'm gonna move again because I'm very paranoid about that. I'm going to try to stay really focused here to get through Jade Maiden. One day while Taiwu Ru is resting, a messenger suddenly arrives, saying that he has been entrusted with delivering a letter. There's an azure lawn seal on the envelope with the words "To Taiwu" written on it, along with several sundries sent along with the letter. Okay, check the sundries. They're useful. Tier 4. Your extraordinary talent possessing unwavering determination. How could you be called an ordinary person? Unknown feelings surge within the heart. After reading the letter, Ru finds herself with some leisure time to respond. Life and death are predestined. There's no exception. I should fulfill my duty and eliminate demons and evil spirits. Just to force us to play 100 hours more. Well, I got a surprise for her if she suddenly switches to days. We send the reply back. This is good. Oh my goodness. I didn't think this quest was going to be about having a pen pal. Ku wants help studying notes on low herbs of the divine farmer. Sure, there you go. No problem, kid. I believe that's her daughter, actually. I've been diving into warding seal. Sure, teach me. And people are after books. My one worry is that we'll defeat Phoenix and we'll get railroaded into the final fights, and I won't have something that we need, and we won't be able to leave. So that's a little worrisome, but I think we have what we need. Hello, Tom. If you want extra mind resilience, there's a moon plucking earring from the epilogue reward of Jade Maiden. It requires you to insist that the king sang the main story. Start the epilogue. We got background music player after this quest. I always do this one first. That's actually kind of funny. Some of the songs are definitely more to my taste than others. Not that any of them are bad. All right, we're gonna shuffle. Oops. We're gonna train. Actually, hang on a second. Didn't I have a companion? Yeah, aggro is not really helping. And he has nothing else he can do. I think I want true chi, so he needs some tactics. All right, Noah, you know what? You have been nothing but loyal to Taiwu. This one's for you, man. Noah, I want you to get tactics. We might need to do this a couple times. I'm not sure if that actually helped. I'm not sure. I think maybe we got rid of a bad one. Okay, shift over, new book, study, book of songs. Let's actually rotate that one out. Book of songs. Double read. I really should start moving at the end of the turn because I can't remember. Ooh, a bewitched. Okay. All right, so let me turn moving on. Boy, I'm just double checking. We have this, all kinds of things have been changed around recently. Okay, moving towards me. Okay, we should be just fine. Bell it up. Apparently my thing is weird. I wonder what I was doing that I did that. Okay, let's go to like 4 or 5. Yeah. All right, come here, you. 100 on the auto attack. You can get openings. Yeah, perfect. Golden bell turned off. There's definitely a lot more things that are turning off defenses than there used to be in these fights. Just like them, yeah, maxing me out. Okay. Throw it. I do have some of these balanced with a little bit of internal. I mean, I should probably do an audit of that before we do the boss. I think the idea of having these ones possibly do some is not a bad idea. All right. If you want to race, we can race. Okay, I definitely still have that shifted a little towards internal too. Which we can actually hit. I've been underestimating how much we could do, but it's also a price thing. I really like having defense on breath and offense on stance, because stance for me is easy to get from breath, but not vice versa. Okay, they're not trying to move away. Okay, let's go for another juke here. Okay, I'm gonna turn on bell, hopefully. I'm not gonna turn on bell. I can't do it due to other effects. Okay, I'm not exactly sure what the problem is there. All right, let's get a couple openings. Perfect. What debuff did he give you? I did not catch it up here. I need to remember to double check those, because that is good to know. We have a status marker. Yeah. All kinds of gross things is what they gave me. All right, you want to defeat yourself, or do I have to keep beating you? Stamina debuff. Okay, we'll take that. This should probably be your own defeat. Yeah. Unless you have something that you're running crazy. No, we won't execute you. It's fine. Somewhere close by, a group of Meow people are singing and dancing joyfully with the Meow woman playing the night flute. The Meow woman playing the instrument is dressed up with a venomous snake coiling around her hand that looks like a fiend of the mountains. It turned out to be Xing Zhang Shi of the 5 Immortal sect. Oh, well. Here you go. Here's my letter. Greetings. I hate snakes, just so you know. Thank you, Head. I'm sure we'll learn many of your martial arts. Yeah, no, we won't. Okay, we'll move over here. Let me do a quick little health check there. Yeah, nope. Nope. We're not doing any of that. There are a lot of merchants here, allegedly. You know what? Take me over there. I'm gonna look at that. I would love it if we could find somebody that was selling some good medicine. You are not selling good medicine. Okay, you're a weapon merchant. The Lord of War is a 15-year-old little girl. Okay, you're a material seller. You have some tea. I don't know about that lowering my offensive stats, though. Maybe a really high level one, maybe. Okay, maybe. Parry, poise, breath control. 35. Is it liquor is offensive and tea is defensive? We have not done a lot of drinking this campaign, but that seems to be the case. Minus physical pen plus some. The breath control I'm vaguely interested in is why I'm looking. You know what? Sure. We'll take 2 of those. All right, do you have any meds? No. All right. Unfortunately, none of these ones are going to be like super good. But better than nothing, I would say. Show me the better stuff. Tier 6. Mind resistance plus 40. Yeah. Restore health. You know what? Yeah, we'll take those 2. My companions keep getting themselves killed. Okay, we have defensive stuff. I think somebody said maybe we might need fire. I totally forgot because we've never actually done it. How did we put poison on a weapon again? We tried to do it at one point and I failed and it didn't go to memory. We need to go to the toxology building, right? And then do something. There's no reason I shouldn't have some kind of poison on my weapon. Precision 5%. Alright, I may use it, sure. Alright, I wish those were higher tier, but... just because there's so many of them in the same place. Okay, I don't really want any books at the moment. Okay, your books. You're gonna be crafting supplies. And you're gonna be weapons. Oh, nope, you also have some meds. Okay. Ooh, and hey, you're higher tier. And Venom is at the toxology building. Yeah, we ought to just throw something on. I mean, even if we got like 1 defeat marker during a fight, it would be worth it. 95 people on that tile. Yeah, we've had a few times where we've been up to like 150. Oh, do we need a special building? Okay. We may have what we need, who knows? I'll take a peek. All right, we're gonna buy pretty heavily here. Internal resistance 45, yes. Chaos, we should have plenty. I don't think I need any toxin cures. Physical defense, but it's just a flat number. The percentage would probably be better. Well, then again, maybe not. All right, you know what? I'll take an impervious pill. Resistance. We'll take that. She's gonna do physical damage. We'll just add extra resistance. Cast speed, chi burst. I'm very worried that we're gonna have like a gauntlet of fights and I'm gonna run out of meds. So I'm kind of prepping myself here a little bit. Hopefully we will never need all this stuff, but you know, maybe less sad if I need it, if I don't need it, than if I need it and I don't have it. I definitely think that starting with medicine and like, you know how I can craft weapons and whatnot? It hasn't really come up that much because I basically just have the weapon that works for this build. Okay, well I can do metal armor. Well, metal armor is just too bloody heavy. So not stellar on that, I would say. I think food has been more useful, way more useful. And I think medicine and or poison would be a good trio if I was going to do it from scratch. Thank you, sir. You made walking over here worth my time. And I still literally don't trust anyone, so I'm going to move over here. Await the mysterious letter. Yes. I'm not planning on it 32. Who knows? We may do another playthrough at some point. So I don't think we're gonna try to complete every story. I've only completed 4 or 5 of them, so there's tons more content. Could add some strength to our mechanisms. We could. All right, nameless letter. Check the sundry. It is Glacia Jade. Life and death are predestined, so there's no exception. I see people now who look up to successor of Taiwu to save the world, but how will you go about bringing salvation? As the Taiwu successor, I should embrace care for the people and all living beings and take on heavy responsibility of eliminating evil and save the world. We send the letter back. My sister's husband wants my tea. I'm sorry, man. You can't have the tea. I need that. Nice gifts. There's nothing else. Yeah, that's true. Some of those might be good in mechanisms. Okay, and again, I want to shift. Here, by the way, here's the Phoenix, so I am still being followed. A vengeful. All right. Got a sword, eh? Are we gonna have a good, fair fight? We'll even bring that in a little. You know. I love those combos. If I didn't do music, fists would also be kind of cool. I've heard that fists have a lot of combos in them. I just enjoy when they just do like a flurry of blows. Flying sword technique. I'm gonna be able to juke, so I'm gonna bell this. Oh, look at that. Wow. That was nowhere near the amount of openings I was hoping for. Splatty splat. Okay, nobody in my square. We're on cooldown, so we will read. It's fine. All right, come here. We were talking about poison buildings. So I assume it's going to be one of these guys. An extension requires villagers. Doctors can be dispatched as keepers to lead disciples in studying. Prestige. Livestock pen for extra talent growth. It's secluded chamber that we need. Secluded chamber. Oh, you can invent them with the base building? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll definitely have to check that. Can I... Okay, so we have some vague poisons. I just want to click and see. I'm not going to actually do it. All right, so we can do you. Select a material to envenom. Okay, so we would do this, and then we could envenom it. All right, we don't have like... Not something I've really focused on, but we're just leaving possible free damage on the table if I don't do it. Okay. Next time I'm somewhere I want to fix that. We'll do that before we do the mound. Well, we'll see. We'll see if we find something. I don't have a lot of choices there. Okay, we'll check it. That, like I said, I'm not putting it on some rando sword. We'll put it on our juke sword. Okay, nobody is in my square. Let's just run it. It's 2 energy. I'm literally just trying to burn time here to get through the quest, not really accomplishing much side. Mom wants our tea. No, Mom. This is for fighting Changshu. You can't drink it. You definitely cannot drink it. Wants to study the Guide to 6 Symptoms. Sure. There you go, Ku. Boy, Ku is, I guess maybe if you're mother-daughter or mother-son relationship, maybe you actually get a lot more events. Because we have our nephew in our party, who is the son of you, and we're not getting a billion events for him. Okay, we got another letter. We got the sundry. Your reputation shines like sun and moon. Righteous, firm as a mountain. You're exactly the one I adore. I hope I have a casual chat and learn more about you. The person adores me. We have a stalker. Write a reply. This is good. The region stories provide you with mystic tier equipment if you finish the epilogue. Yeah, we've done that, Tom. We have some of that. I request that you humor me, please. Look at the openings again for envenoming. There's one more step. I mean, okay, we're not going to do it right now, but okay, I'll look. This one's for you. Yeah, I'm kind of just ready to get through here, so yeah. Like I said, not really the opportune time. Okay, so looking here, looking at Envenom, throwing whatever just so we can get into the UI. Okay. Do you want me to do this? Select the materials to Envenom? I only have 3 of this one, so I guess we would do... I see. We have to do 3 in the same place. I don't have 3 of everything else. So, that's what we got. I mean, I guess we probably could craft something, like craft a poison. So basically what you're saying is I just need to have 3 of 3 different types. It would probably be best if they were all the same one. All right, and just craft. Okay, we should be able to. I've literally never used any of the materials, and we've been running this forever, so we should be able to craft something. Is it best to focus on a single poison, I assume? Just the way that poison builds up, rather than spread it out? Okay, again, when we're ready to do it, we'll dive in there and actually look. Okay, we're still waiting a month on that one, so we'll continue our reading. Book of Songs, done. Next, not studied. Book of Changes, sure. Fine art, Book of Changes. I don't care if I use these up. Let's just use them. Okay, I have one more, that's fine. No, you actually need 3 different types of poison to fill all 3 slots. Poison have combos, you might want to check the Taiwupedia on poison combos. Okay, when we get to poison, we'll actually look at it. Okay, now when we're actually when it's relevant, we'll do it. You guys are front loading me with stuff that's not gonna stick because I'm not doing it currently. Okay, let's run our month. We'll do it before we go to Phoenix. Okay, that was a little weird. Black screen there. Nameless letter. Would they deliver the sundry? Thank you very much. It's written in thin and clear handwriting, seems to indicate the sender's delight in Rue's previous message. The letter only mentions now that the sender understood Taiwu's likes and dislikes, and they wanted to ask about their usual interests. Whether they're studying martial arts and fine arts, traveling far and wide, or making and gathering friends, it's evident the sender is filled with enthusiasm, as if they are eagerly anticipating Rue's response. If all are listed, it might be lengthy. Yeah, I'm a bit of a savant, thank you. We write a reply, seals it and hands it to the messenger. Yeah, it's all right, Shinosuke. Just like I've mentioned it before, but if I'm not doing the thing, I'm not going to retain it while streaming. So when we're ready to do the thing, then we'll dive in and look at it. I do wish that we would get through this, though. This is a lot of waiting around in this quest line. All right, we are getting Noah, and we need him to have some tactics. I guess if nothing else, we're prepping a companion here, so it's not a waste of time or anything, just a little annoying. Still has 0 tactics. I think we lowered his bad one here. Okay. I don't know what's up with you, man. I don't know what's up with you. Okay, did I see we had a lost chapter? Let's actually epiphany here. I've been lazy on this because I don't care that much, but yeah, let's do that. Make sure that we can finish it. Oh, we actually finally ran out of comprehension after all the book chewing we've been doing. All right, well, no problem. We'll just consume 2 tofus because she can actually fit that much. Book done. Beautiful. Finish studying all of astrology. We're gonna get more and more of that. Okay, all we have is unorthodox painting and appreciation. Let's do appreciation. Okay, double lost chapters. We'll try to epiphany through that a little bit. Okay, nobody's in my square. My goodness, how many letters is this stalker gonna send? We could get some fruit. That's actually true. We did eat one of those. Wants some martial arts guidance? Sure. They're getting married? Sure. Another lover arrives. We get a cat's eye jade. I have a question in mind. I wonder how you'll answer. After experiencing worldly affairs, do you truly understand what love is? I think somebody's got a crush on her. She is single. I'm just saying. What is love? I have a feeling it's a jade maiden. After reading the letter, Rue finds herself with some leisure time to respond. Love is a mix of personal desires. Each person has their own preferences. Love consists of 1,000 sorrows, myriad thoughts hard to express to others. Love involves life and death. Fate knows no decline, ever ending. Love is but a fleeting attraction, like appearance fickle without consistency. Love is a weak spot of ordinary people, seeking gain, making the most of everything. We'll stick true to our nature. Love is a mix of personal desires. Obviously, this is the person who is practicing music. Okay, and again, we're getting trailed. Everyone who's here is very suspicious that they are following me around. That they're after me book. They're after me book. Okay. Lost chapter. Nice. Gambled on a rando there. Done, and you can take that one. I really wish I could just pay extra to do the trait thing more. We might be out of comprehension food even. Willpower. All right. We gotta cook. Nua is dying? Excuse me? You die when I tell you to die. Oh, I can't do anything about it. He's dying of old age. Oh, Noah. I thought you were gonna make it to the end, friend. Yeah, I think he's just dying of old age. He has no injuries, he's not poisoned, he has full breath, and he has full health. Well, that's disappointing. I wanted him to go all the way. He's 59 years old. All right, and he's faithful. What a guy. What a guy. He has watched all of Dune's children grow up. He saved Dune's life. He helped defeat every single one of the people who got a kill on me. Man. Yeah, his health is full. Okay, well, Noah, you can rest, my friend. I'm gonna need to get started on somebody else. Who in my party is the easiest? So, Dongfeng. What can you equip? Okay, encourages the baseline. I think there was a reason I didn't want her, though. I think there was a reason. Got a whole slew of kids. What about you? Okay, defend, attack. Do I have my... Man, why you gotta go dying right now? Ain't nobody got time for that. All right, from the treasury book, studied, martial arts, studied. I want my soul absorption. From where I never can remember where it's from. Maybe I still have it on me. Let's go by tier. Soul, no. Study, martial arts studied. It's a unique art. I definitely did not use up all my soul absorptions. Where the heck have they gone? You. Yeah, I need that back, please. We'll exchange. Wow, you're really making me trade for my own book. That's not a good look, man. That's not a good look. Alright, I want your soul absorption. Of course it's a reference book. Oh, you're all reference books. Alright, we'll trade that one. Exchange. Confirm. Alright, man. Way to be greedy, man. Alright. You... I want to give that to him. So you... Alright, and you are the right one. Yes, you're heterodox. I accidentally taught somebody the orthodox one when I had multiple copies. Alright, get working on that. I think you're coming up into prime time. Gong Sun Kai. I think your stocks are rising. Alright, you're out. Gong Kun Kai. You're in. And what can we do here? So, no. Here, I want encourage. Here, I would like defend. And here, I would like either retreats, advance, or true chi. Either of those would be fine. We need one more tactic point to put any of those on. Okay, for now, we'll throw detox. Nope, that's not correct. Defend. Here, we will throw detox, but that's not what I want. Of course, we just got done fixing Noah. How old is Mother? Mother is 54. Okay, it is what it is. Poor Noah. Poor Noah. All right, come here. Oh, we went in there to... Oh my gosh, we went in here to cook. I got distracted by all that. All right, all I care about right now is I want some comprehension food. Willpower. There it is, our favorite tofu. Apparently this is a Daihun family recipe, the Dongpo tofu. We freaking love that stuff. Oh yeah, we can make 27 of them. Give me 10. I'll be back. We don't want her to get fat. Fat Taiwu versus Zongshu. All right, all that to eat some stupid tofu so that I can run my reading so that I can burn energy. All right, there we go. And again, no trust. "32 says, mother looks quite young for 54. Don't hit on my mother. Wants my great tonic pill. I am sorry, we are not giving away medications at this time. Who are the most knowledgeable between us? Why don't we find out today? It's an elder who's dying. I'm not interested right now, man. I'm sorry. We'll congratulate some villagers. Okay. New, finally? We have a person, right? We receive a letter. A stranger suddenly arrives in haste. The visitor's attire is adorned with the mark of azure lawn. The person's expression is filled with sorrow as they tightly hold a streak of seemingly precious paper. In an instant, the person kneels before Taiwu Ru. Please rise. I've noticed the mark of the azure loon upon your clothes. It seems you have come specifically to find me? I pay my respects to esteemed Taiwu. I bring a message from my late master, delivering the legacy left by her. The visitor exclaims loudly, offering an item on the hands to Taiwu Ru. A legacy, could it be? Before my master passed away, my master had exchanged letters with you for some time. We were familiar with that and naturally well aware of your unparalleled greatness. However, now that my master has passed, it's no longer possible to send letters in the future. So your master was the mysterious sender. As the servant speaks, tears well up in her eyes, saying, I came on behalf of my master to fulfill one of the last wishes. Before my master's passing, my master spent days and nights playing the guqin, pouring the heart and soul into composing a piece dedicated to you. My master asked for nothing in return, only wishes this piece to show my master's true heart. This piece is called The Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water Music Box. Oh, is it the music box of fate? That's a reference. Once activated, you can play your collected melodies at any time and influence the disposition of your whole party. Like a paired finghuangs soaring side by side, yet separated by endless water, the autumn wind fades and the spring breeze returns once more. Once together beneath the same canopy, emerging hand in hand, how could we face the sight of a lone crane without shadow, a solitary fenghuang perched precariously? Since our partings, I have flown alone each night, burdened by endless sorrow. Back and forth in hesitation, yet yearning remains. The vast Shuangxi stretches a barrier my heart disdains. I've wished to meet you, but alas, in vain. In the mirror, beyond dreams, my longing entwines, a constant loss. When shall we share the same path, free of this pain? Upon hearing this, Ru immediately lowers her head to examine the music notation. Every word is thin and clear, exactly matching the handwriting from the correspondence. Yet, there are faint red marks on the paper, a sight that strikes the heart, indicating the composer had poured their utmost effort, inadvertently staining the music score with blood. Stunned. Back and forth in hesitation, yet yearning remains. The vast Songshi stretch... Okay, I read that. Ru reads the lyrics once more, finds them burning with profound emotion that invokes such sorrow that one cannot bear to read them again. Although I exchanged letters with your master, I've never met them. Would you tell me more? The servant sighs a few times and tearfully says, my master was from Taihe town, beneath the Jade Maiden Peak, who loved music in their lifetime, regretting they couldn't appreciate all the famous tunes in the world, compiling them into a collection. To this day, their lingering regret remains unfulfilled. Today I brought the music notation, fulfilling my master's wish to some extent. However, I do not know how my master's wish can be realized. To transcribe famous tunes from all over the world, I do not know how it can be realized. One must travel through the mountains and rivers to transcribe all the famous tunes. Alas, never mind. My master instructed me not to speak much to you because the successor Taiwu bears great ambitions. How can you be burdened by trivial matters involving ordinary people? Please do not dwell on this matter any longer, the great Taiwu. Unease of the heart. Still, all sorts of feelings well up in Rue's mind. She thinks about her future. When there's leisure, she might visit Taihe town to learn more details. Though the ultimate outcome remains uncertain, thinking up to this point, Rue decides not to inquire further. I'll cherish this music. Gratitude and bows several times, bids farewell, and then leaves. Rue holds onto the solitary crane in mirrored water music box, realizing there are no more letters to come with a loud sigh. Although I don't know the appearance of this person, I imagine it must be a woman who loves playing the guquan. Although I do not know the appearance of this person, I imagine there must be a man who loves playing the guquan. He's not at, well, they are not at the peak. I imagine it must be a man since they're not at the peak. If they were at the peak, it definitely was a woman. The background music player. Let's see. Sundries, somebody said. And also we had a thing pop up and disappear like instantaneously. I don't know why they made that all of a sudden so fast. Is it under music? No. I missed whatever it said. Alright, so Sundry. I've already forgotten what it was called. Music box, here we are. It is not something I can do. Alright, so investigate the town. And villages of the peak. Okay. Jade Maiden, Lanhe Fort, Taihe Town. That was where it was. Alright. We will walk over there, I think. I want to actually burn time, so I'm not going to teleport. How sad is that? Never in this playthrough have I wanted to burn energy. Investigate the towns. Inquire about the mystical one, the mysterious one by talking to residents. Hello. Taiwu recalls that there was a mysterious one who had been sending letters and gifts before. Stirred by this, she describes the previous situation to Dong Zai Cheng and wants to know more about this person. Do you happen to know this person? The Mark of the Azure Lian. I may know something about it. The person is fond of going to the top of Jade Maiden Peak, playing the guquan in the wind. Oh, it was a woman. It's unclear why this person hasn't been expelled by the Jade Maiden sect. Perhaps the music is enchanting and deeply moving. Oh, well, maybe not. Alright, that's all you know. I don't know if we need multiples. Do you know this person? The Mark of the Long. Musician nearby who enjoys going to the top of Jade Maiden Peak. They've always been a loner without desires or demands. It seems that being accompanied by the sound of the guquan was already satisfying. Okay. The person was plagued by illness, constantly taking medicine, yet often sends servants to the way station to deliver and receive letters. It seems that there is someone this person longs to see but cannot, so they express their feelings through writing, missing each day and night. However, this person seems content with the situation. Upon hearing this, Ruse filled with various thoughts. The person writing the letters was deeply affectionate and sincere, but their identity and appearance remains unknown. Now, she only knows that this person possessed profound sentiments and a fondness for refined and elegant things. However, in dreams embrace, they meet belated. The hazy sunset, lonely redress faded. In the end, it's still hard to know the details of this person's life. I cannot but lament the separation between life and death, someone I'm destined never to meet. Encounter the solitary crane. Go to encounter solitary crane. We also interact and inquire about the mysterious one. Solitary crane. Pavilion of Wonders. over here. Okay. And I do want to burn, I do want to burn energy. So we'll walk. Oh man, turning off the you can see further ability. Look how horrible it is. All right, and just to be safe, I'm not injured or anything, right? No. Somewhere close by, a group of humbly dressed men and women are sitting together and listening to Male discuss the Tao. Leading to the discussion, Male wore a black robe with fierce voice that installed fear and reverence in all who heard, holding an infant in their arm. It turned out it was Zijin of the Yangshang Supreme Master. Here's a letter for you. Yep. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you for your chi arts. All right, let's hop in. Solitary Crane. Among the Jade Maiden Peak, wind and snow dominate. Rue arrives at the mountain feet, looking up and stares into the distance. A feeling of missing the mysterious one kicks in. I heard this person often went to Jade Maiden Peak to appreciate the scenery and play their gukwan. To better understand what was on their mind, I will go to the peak as well. With thoughts settled, Rue takes a step and ascends the stairs. As Rue wanders around Jade Maiden Peak, the sound of the Dongting Lake can be faintly heard with its misty ripples, as if sighing in the wind, revealing much a chilly sincerity. In the past, this person often came here amidst the drifting snow and wind, playing the gukwen alone. It's unknown what thoughts lay in their heart. Rue's steps do not cease, and the mind is filled with endless contemplation. Walking along the path, surrounded by solitude, Rue is accompanied only by the snow on the journey. Rue walks all the way to the peak of the mountain, and the coldness thrusts into the bones. Rue looks around, but there's still no one there. Only chilling wind blowing up the snow like sea waves roaring. The wind is too strong, the snow is too heavy. I must find shelter. Rue continues to explore further. A few steps ahead, there stands a pavilion, good enough to shield people from the wind and snow. Yet there's no one inside the pavilion. Remnants of old items are left behind as if abandoned in haste, with no one remembering them anymore. Calligraphy brushes and ink, sheets of old paper, a broken gukwen. Could this be the legacies of the mysterious one? Taiwu Rue steps in the pavilion, only to find old paper scattered across the floor, much like the letters received before. Ink and brushes are overturned, and a broken gukwan lies askew. Upon closer inspection, she notices specks of dark, murky bloodstains, even more chilling than the music sheets found earlier. This terrifies me. Rue is filled with shock and horror that cannot help but imagine Mysterious One, who often sat alone, writing letters in this place, composing Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water, ultimately succumbed to illness and passed away. This person had put all their effort into completing the Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water, and naturally it would be difficult for them to transcribe famous melodies again. Rue feels a deep sense of melancholy thinking about the Mysterious One's final wish. The numerous blank sheets of paper can be found here together with Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water, and together become a collection. During the future journey, Rue can transcribe musical scores onto them, creating a compilation of compositions as the tribute to the spirit of the Mysterious One. With Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water in hand, you can collect unique melodies from all the places you travel to. So be it. With this in mind, Rue bends down and picks up the white papers and puts them in her bag. Looking up again, Rue feels that a thought strikes in and cannot help but sit down in front of the gukwen. As the fingertips lightly touch the string, the music score of Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water leaps to mind. I long for you in my dreams beyond the mirror. When will I be by your side? Hum while playing the gukwan. For a moment, Rue is moved by sudden impulse and picks up the old gukwan in the pavilion and plays the tune Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water, singing along in succession, creating a graceful and elegant atmosphere. As Rue gets lost in the intoxicating moment, amidst the lingering gukwen tones, there suddenly arises a sound of a human voice, softly humming and reciting slowly, its origins unknown. How strange, just moments ago, there was clearly no sign of human presence. With a shiver, Rue listens more attentively and discerns the sighs are closely following the music, as if indeed the tune of the Solitary Crane and Mirrored Water. Could it be that this person has already heard the melody? Perhaps the individual knows about the Mysterious One. Snow-capped peaks echo with crystalline melodies. Clouds stand still as souls hover on the brink. Filled with curiosity, Rue descends to seek out the source of the humming and ask more. Rue's fingers glide ceaselessly over the gukwan strings, searching left and right until Just beyond the pavilion, the treasured Igarum of the Jade Maiden sect glimmers in the distance. Rue peers into the mirror. A figure seems to drift in and out of view. There, then gone, ethereal and elusive, its nature and lingering a mystery. Inside the mirror, there's a person. Outside the mirror, I see no one else. Could it be that person in the mirror is singing in harmony with me? How can someone write so much content? I mean, I assume there was probably more than one writer, but yeah, I can't remember what the word count was, but 300 and something thousand words seems to spring to mind. I'm very glad that they decided to delay a couple months to polish the translation. While we've had some bumps in the road, overall it's been pretty good. And this flows a lot better than Chiming Island. I thought I was having a seizure when I was reading Chiming Island. I don't know who did the translation there, but it was weird syntax or something. I don't know. It was 1 million, if you recall. I would believe that. Is Net here today? He would know, I think. Or Nay. Is it Nay? Might be Nay. Just as Rue ponders this, finishing the melody, at that very moment, the music suddenly ceased. The girl's figure in the mirror becomes increasingly clear, as if drawing closer to the outside of the mirror. I'll go ahead and take a closer look. Rue immediately stands up, takes a step forward. As Rue approaches the Igarum, a girl in the mirror dressed in traditional attire of Jade Maiden sect with fluttering robes can be seen. The girl is holding a piece of white jade, constantly rubbing it, murmuring a tune under her breath. Her figure seems ethereal and without attachment, as if she was a person ascending to immortality. The girl in the mirror, while I'm not. This is bizarre. Rue stands before the Igarum. The girl in the mirror seems to sense something and turns back to look at Rue. Humming abruptly ceases. May I ask where you come from, miss? How do you know the solitary crane and mirrored water? The girl in the mirror, upon hearing this, lets out a soft sigh and says, only hearing the songs of tears, yet recalling the heart-rending melody. This song has touched my heart with profound sorrow, bringing forth idle tears, ready to fall from my eyes. Although the melody is touching, this girl seems to be burdened by heavy concerns. Nehuan, yeah. The girl in the mirror says no more. Just lets out a soft sigh and turns and walks towards the depths of the mirror. Her figure gradually fades into the distance, and though her destination remains unknown, it seems as if there's truly another world within the mirror. Miss, wait a second. Reach out for the mirror. Rue feels a sudden impulse and reaches towards the mirror. To her surprise, the surface of the Ingran feels warm and smooth, like warm jade melting ice. And just as Rue is pondering this, a strange force suddenly pulls her into the mirror. Oh no, it's Rue in Wonderland. As senses come back, Rue is already inside the mirror. There's no wind or snow here, nor any sense of heaven and earth. Rue takes a step forward and strangely feels solid ground beneath. This world is like a tranquil, empty room. Follow the mysterious girl and leave. Taiwu Rue follows the girl for a few steps forward. The road ahead seems endless and the pursuit is aimless. The person in the mirror suddenly stops, turns around, and waits for Rue to approach. Miss, who are you? Why do you lead me into the mirror? The person lets out a long sigh, stares at their foot, and laughs bitterly. Here I lost another part of me, standing alone like drifting weed. Who am I? I am no more than a lone soul, a wild ghost. For hundreds of years I've been taking the cycle of day and night in the blink of an eye. Only seeing someone here today do I realize that the world and things have changed. Bewildered. The girl in the mirror looks sorrowful and continues to speak in a low voice. I have been wandering alone here. Inexplicably, I heard the sound of a guquin, which touched my heartstrings. My sorrow is hard to contain, so I couldn't help but reveal myself and bring you here. When I played the guquin, I heard your song. Could it be that you recognize the tune and know the composer? As you've said, the girl in the mirror lets out a long sigh. There was once an outcomer, probably should be outsider, who visited the top of Jade Maiden Peak a lot and caressed their guquan alone in the bitter cold. Today, the song you played is exactly the one written by this person. I had the privilege of hearing it long ago and was deeply moved, so I kept it in my heart. However, I haven't heard this person play the guquin for several days. I wonder what could be the reason. I see, this is a long story. The girl in the mirror, upon hearing this, has a subtle change of expression, so the person's no longer in this world. Ah, so be it. I should have known that fate always enjoys playing tricks on people, ensuring those with deep affections cannot be together in the end. At this point, the girl in the mirror lets out another sigh and then suddenly changes subject, saying, we met through the sound of guquan and our conversation here could be considered fate. In that case, I'm wondering who I am. My senior sister gave me the name Yun-Er, as she hoped that I would become noble and resilient in nature. Yun-Er. The person in the mirror, lost in thought, gazes into the distance. After a moment of silence, she lowers her eyes and continues. Now that my senior sister is gone, there's no one to call me by my name. If you're willing to call me Yun-Er, it would be acceptable. May I know why, Miss Yun-Er, you're in the mirror? It looks as if you're a fairy from Jade Pool descending to Earth. Various doubts fill Rue's heart, momentarily hard to resolve. Moreover, Rue does not know how to enter the mirror, seemingly unaffected by wind and snow. With so many thoughts rushing in mind, Rue cannot help but speak up and ask. The melancholic melody fades, stirring my heart with sorrow. I wonder if you possess any divine magic to allow me to meet the composer again. Yun-Er lets out a bitter laugh. I'm no way to be considered an immortal being. Long ago, I was a humble disciple of Jade Maiden sect. Now I'm neither dead nor alive, trapped in the egram and unable to leave. Although this grants me eternal life, my senior sister has left long ago. Alas, I'm left in solitude day after day. What joy is there in such an existence? Neither dead nor alive, eternal life. This is a long story. Saying that, Yun-Er changes the subject once again. However, if you truly wish to have a glimpse of the departed soul, there is a way. Are you willing to listen to what I have to say? Please, I'm all ears. Yun-Er nods gently and begins to speak slowly. As the world knows, we Jade Maiden hold a secret treasure called Igarum, the mysteries of which are seldom known to others. Even among our sect disciples, few can grasp its essence. However, due to a twist of fate, I've gained some true understanding. Listen. Coincidentally, beside me, my senior sister also understands the secrets of Igarum like the back of their hand. If she were here, and with the help of Igarum's power, bringing the person you wish to see back to the mortal realm would not be entirely impossible. In that case, that's all I need to do is find Miss Yun-Er's senior sister. Yun-Er, upon hearing this, revealed a sorrowful expression. This matter sounds simple, but it's not easy. I have no other choice but to rely on your help. Why is that? Yun-Er expressed in pain. My senior sister 100 years ago tragically drowned herself at the edge of Jade Maiden Peak. Somehow she couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Her spirit wandered without solace, lingering between water of the Zhang and Li rivers to this day. How tragic. In that case, it seems that her whereabouts are truly hard to trace. It's more than that. Since my senior sister did not enter the cycle of reincarnation, there may still be a chance for you. Now, as a lone soul, she can cling to the body of one with destined short life, surviving by attachment, resembling a form of reincarnation. However, when my senior sister possesses a person she would have long forgotten in the past, without a reminder, it's difficult for her to recall. Therefore, I've been waiting in anguish all this time, but senior sister has yet to return to Jade Peak. If we are to find the person whom your senior sister has possessed, wouldn't that be... Yun-Er closes her eyes and nods lightly and nods. Exactly. If we can find the person whom senior sister possesses in this life, it will be as if you found my senior sister. For the rest of my life, I have no other desires, only hoping that you can bring her here for me to see her again. At that time, with a joint effort of me and her, we can naturally help you fulfill your wish. Disciples of Jade Maiden have always abstained from romantic love. Today, I finally realized that there is still someone as devoted as you, Miss Yun-Er. Rue is lost in thought. She listened to the Guquan song Melody of Emotion at midnight before and knows that disciples of Jade Maiden failed to understand the meaning of the song, let alone master the tune. This raised doubts in Rue and leads to further questions. If you have feelings in your heart, but do you need to embrace emotions or sever emotions, according to the martial arts of Jade Maiden? Yun-Er is taken aback. You're saying that my heart, there are... Yun-Er lets out another sigh and says slowly, forget it. Previously, you were able to play that mournful tune, which was filled with a sense of flowing water and deep emotion. I suppose that martial arts of the Jade Maiden sect should not be too difficult for you. I've been seeking techniques from all sects around the world. I'm generally curious about the mysterious martial arts practice at Jade Maiden. If you're personally to study and practice, perhaps you could eventually grasp the essence. However, I wonder if you're willing to spend time learning martial arts of Jade Maiden sect. Could it be that you're willing to teach me? Nods again and says, indeed, I've been studying here day after day, haunted by boredom. As long as you can bring my senior sister back, I'll pass down all I know as a way of showing gratitude. I see. Meeting you today is a sign of divine favor. While I can leave the Igarum temporarily, it can only be a brief moment. If I stay away for too long, it's difficult for me to survive. Only by staying here can I remain undying. Therefore, I cannot travel far, let alone go search for my senior sister. Yun-Er lowers her eyes and speaks softly, as if there were some unspoken words that have turned into ordinary expressions. Although I have Jade Although I have the spirit jade in my hand and you know my senior sister's spirit still lingers in the world, it's difficult for me to reunite with this person. Now, if you're willing to go to the mortal world on my behalf, find where my senior sister is and bring her to the Egram side so I can see her again. Rue has been listening attentively with mixed feelings. The mysterious one's already deceased. Yunur's senior sister has also passed away. Yunur and her both searching for long gone ones, and it seems like their paths have coincidentally aligned. Wandering spirits are like flickering lamps. Their karmic bonds across lifetime are not yet severed. I believe the two of you will eventually reunite. Yunur, upon hearing this, looks pleased and speaks gently. That would be great. I'm deeply grateful for your kindness. It seems that you and I are truly kindred spirits. Now, I believe the day of reuniting with her finally is within reach. Nod. If that's the case, please tell me your choice. Jade Maiden martial arts are diverse, but I don't know which one you want to learn. Well, I've learned all of your chi arts already, so why don't you give me a unique art? I see, you want to learn some unique arts. Sure. Yunur nods and says, I understand. It's just that you've been in the mirror for too long today, and time is running out. When you find me next time, I'll be able to hand some martial arts. Thank you. Babble's patience was then. It's just a lot of reading. Is it me who makes the request? Why should you thank me? When I reunite with my senior sister and the day comes for you to meet the composer, then you can thank me. With a sigh of the dispersing of the wind at those words, Yunur falls silent and does not speak again. So be it. Oh my gosh, that was a lot of reading. Holy moly. I mentioned earlier, but I have a whole bunch of smoke where I live today coming down from Canada. And so my poor voice, I'm very worried about it. It's just not good on your vocal cords. All right, head to Jade Maiden Sect's Industry and click the building Igarum to search for Yunur for in-mirror cultivation. Igarum. Studio. Summits. Cloud Chamber. Igarum. Legends claim that the Divine Maiden descended from heaven onto Jade Maiden Peak, where she left behind a jade mirror known as the Igarum. The mirror of Igarum was hazy and didn't reflect people before it, but instead, figures of jade maidens could vaguely be seen in the dim surface, some wielding swords, some playing harp. It's like a glimpse into a secret palace. There is one in the Pacific Northwest over near a city called Spokane, but for me, my smoke is coming down from Canada. The Canadians are just mad that I bought maple syrup or something. I don't know. So what do you actually do? Let's find out. Rue's about to head for the Ingram when a Jade Maiden Sect disciple blocks their path, so they have no choice but to return. Values the Ingram greatly and is off limits. Oh. Alright, we'll see Yunur. In the world, echoes of emptiness linger and regrets fill my sight, carrying the weight of remorse and a past hard to find a light. I quietly watch the wind and snow today. The chill remains the same, yet there's a slight difference now that you've come. I don't know why it had me come do this, but sure. About solitary crane and mirrored water. Having listened to your words, I know about the piece. The water's surface reflects the sky like a mirror, lone crane parting from each other. The melody was originally composed for you, filled with deep sorrow and nostalgia, yet it strikes a chord in me, evoking a sense of shared experience. Seems that when the person wrote the piece, they already foresaw their imminent demise. But Yunur's expression is blank, saying, how similar you are to me, how similar this person is to her. About the mysterious one. Although I have heard the person plays music, I always hid in the mirror, hesitating to move forward, and never saw what the person looked like. That's a pity. One day, I had nothing to do all day, so I paid attention. The person was truly devoted. Every time they came here, they sat quietly playing the guqin, writing until the sun set before returning, as if their life had no other joys. I wonder if that person had been writing letters or music pieces. I was unaware of this. Speaking of this matter, I also felt curious, not knowing who exactly could captivate this person's admiration so deeply that they were not able to forget. Now I know a bit more, I can only sigh at the impermanence of life. You must meet this person face to face. Talking about that, Yunur shakes her head repeatedly. About senior sister. My senior sister died by drowning, and I don't know the truth. Although I wanted to inquire among the junior sisters of the sect, they all spoke vaguely. None were willing to clear up my confusion. Could it be senior sister did not mean to end her life? Yunur's face shows a painful expression saying, I don't know. If she was compelled by someone driven to a dead end, why would she choose to end her life and abandon me? Ponder. Now, I'm only hoping that I can find senior sister, perhaps. Yunur gently closed her eyes, swallowing down 1,000 words that weigh heavily on the heart. The truth of past will eventually come to light. Perform some in-mirror cultivation. As successor at Taiwu, I'm sure you have your own insights into martial arts. I wouldn't jump to conclusions. I wonder from your perspective, how should this pass down of Jade Mason martial art be approached? I have no idea. Why don't you give me some orthodox? The practice of martial arts must proceed gradually, starting from the basics and progressing to deeper levels. I'll impart some. Thank you. They head back into the mirror, shielding themselves from the wind and snow, forgetting about the passage of time, meticulously imparting martial arts. Concentrate. In this way, and like this, delving into the practice of martial arts requires hardship. When training is complete, I believe you'll gain something which will help you in your search for my senior sister. Seems to have understood. Alright, they gave me a bunch of unique arts. The higher your charm, the more the user's sway increases. When defending with this martial art, each time we dodge an enemy attack, applies a null move. That could be kind of interesting. Play a character that is all in on dodge and just fill the enemy's bar with nothing but nulls. Ink Dip Jade. The duration of days markers is greatly reduced. Well, that could have been helpful. After completing the breakthrough of the Jade Maiden sect martial art, those three things. Okay, so we're gonna do the Shaolin thing again. Okay. Let me move. You. Just need a reading. Well, you know what? One thing I'm good at is getting through books. So this is within my wheelhouse. In fact, I'm very good at this. All right, so this is gonna be a martial art not studied from Jade Maiden. Give me your unique arts. Crystal clear. Bang. We may have to cook some more. Give me... Oh, the nice complete one. Instead of the one that has a whole bunch of incompletes. We love it. They have large fans blowing smoke at Babel. Yeah. Shinosuke says, Americans are directly venting AC into France to push the smoke. There you go. You think the music box can be opened now? Null move sounds interesting, but it's hard to actually use it. There's two actual arts that I've seen that use nulls, but otherwise it's just sort of there. Pushing enemy styles isn't too helpful. I don't know if you could completely fill them up. Okay. Boink. You read. Nice. Okay, and oh, I love these complete books. All right, we can roll the month here. Again, I'm paranoid, so I'm gonna move. God, can you imagine if we were playing Dune at the early game where he only regened 15 comprehension per month? How annoying that would be. You want my soul do? Sure. All right. I have to work up a little bit of good karma. No, you may not have the tea that I'm going to use to save the world. You're killing me. Diddle here. You're not taking my meds. That was not what I wanted to do. I thought they were teaching me. All right. All right. You want to have a fight? Fine. All right. This is on you, though. Oh, you're going to be one of those. All right. Well, we know how to deal with you. We know how to deal with you. All right. We're not going to be able to get openings, so we're going to switch to stances and meditation. And we'll go for counterattacks. All right, go ahead and hit me with an ability. See what happens. See what happens if you hit me with one of those, huh? All those people heard you have good stuff. Forget the world. They just want that item. Yeah, seriously. I lost. Yeah, of course you did. What were you thinking there? This day, Rue takes out the papers she obtained earlier and places them together in the solitary crane in mirrored water, carefully binding them into a volume. Okay. After finishing the task, Rue feels at ease in the heart, but suddenly thinks, in the vast world there are countless famous tunes, and naturally there must be some good tunes in Taiwu Village. Why not transcribe the music notations in Taiwu Village as well? With this in mind, Ada takes out her brush and ink. Who's Ada? And based on her memories of the village life, she writes down a famous tune from Taiwu Village on a volume. Now that Taiwu Rue has included famous tunes from Taiwu Village, it can be enjoyed at any time in future travel. After transcribing the music notation, Taiwu Rue gazes at the ink marks on the paper. The intertwining of the handwriting symbolizes a new beginning rather than an end. She realizes that the volume of solitary crane and mirrored water might hold even deeper significance in the future. If there's a leisure during the journey, it might be worthwhile to visit various provinces, main cities, and sects to collect their music notations. Ada's the mirror girl. Oh, okay. I thought her name was Yunur. Ignore all. All right, well, so far so good. Nothing's been crazy in this, at least. Has our poise gone up ever so slightly? I assume that we haven't gotten to the point where I got the big poise bump. Noah is dying. There's nothing I can do about it, Noah. I'd save you if I could, man. Doomed, sword mount activity. We have 34 months remaining. Boy, that has gone by quick, hasn't it? That's not that long. It kind of screws up and changes to Ada from what you've seen? Huh, weird. All right, we've got to be aware of this. I didn't realize. I thought we still had like 70 months. Okay, we have finished those. We need to do a breakthrough. All right, show me. I want the Jade Maiden sect that is not broken through. And it shouldn't be a chi art. It's definitely not all those, though. All right, crystal clear. All right, we don't need to be too sussed about this right now. I just literally need the breakthrough. If we are going to use them, I'll come back through and fix it. So we'll just get what we need. Okay, done. Okay, it's not going to be you, so it's not going to be an acumen. Oh my goodness. How annoying. I don't remember what was what. All right, I'm hoping it's going to be you. We read the books too fast. I guess I could back out and look. G-Wing filling the sea and ink jet jade. Okay, so I was right on that one. Breakthrough. Okay. And then ink filling jade, something like that. Ink. Ink dip jade. There we go. Okay, done and done. After completing the breakthrough of the Jade Maiden martial art taught by Yun-Er, head to Ingram and search for Yun-Er to further in mirror cultivation. Okay, so we need to go back here. We got plenty of that. You know what? Before I forget, let's do this. And we're working on you. And we need to give him tactics. Oh, almost clicked the wrong button. Trait, tactics. This is good. He has 2 points. No, he has 3 points. Okay. So take off detox. Tactic. True Chi. I feel like the True Chi is going to be what we want in case we have to use Cicada. So that's my reasoning there. All right, go back to the Ingram and talk to her. So industry, the Egram, find Yuner. In this world, echoes of impetus linger. Perform the in-mirror cultivation. Yuner's expression softens a bit. She nods and says, "Truly you're the successor of Taiwu, gifted with extraordinary talents, and you're diligent. Today, let's engage in battle. If you can claim victory, it indicates that you've made progress. You'll surely be able to discern the reincarnation of my sister." How spicy are you? Okay, you're not very spicy. All right, I will be right back. I will be right back. I'm gonna swap you out. I want to get Noah back in here. I mean, he's already dying. He can take a hit for me if we need to. All right, find Yuner, perform the in-mirror, take on the fight. All right, assuming that she doesn't cheat, she's only 4. That's not too bad. Okay, so let me think. We're not going to get opening, so that is pointless. It's better to either go quick or to do a bunch of retaliations. At 4, we probably should do retaliations, I think. Nope. Do that one first, then that one. All right, we'll see. If she moves fast, we'll have to switch to our movement ability. Oh, we might just auto attack her to death. Okay. All right, well, I think we're going to be all right. Why are you fighting the fight? She started it. She started it. Such inherent intelligence, a rare genius. That's what I call the successor of Taiwu. This cultivation aims to assist you in stabilizing the chaotic world and transversing it. Yuner seems pretty satisfied, nodding repeatedly, hoping that Ru can bring her senior sister back as soon as possible. This is good. Yuner lowers her eyes as if lost in thought. Suddenly, she smiles slightly as if recalling something amusing. Back when I first started practicing martial arts, although I'm not as talented as you, possessing extraordinary talents, I was praised by my sect for exceptional gifts. Even senior sister appreciated my capacity. Later, I grew older and more mature. When I looked at senior sister, I finally realized it was truly meant to be effortlessly skillful and unparalleled in grace. I practiced alongside senior sister every day, hoping to stand shoulder to shoulder with her someday, not lagging behind. Yuner speaks with a hint of melancholy and nostalgia in her eyes. Today, when I think back on this, I'm reminded of a key point of Jade Maiden martial arts. In the past, I was proud and impatient. Eager to succeed without senior sister's guidance, I might never have understood. Were you truly driven by a desire to win, thus seeking success and hoping to stand shoulder to shoulder with your senior sister? Hearing this, Yuner shakes her head slowly. Just as you said, it's not like that. It's just that the me of the past was not as insightful as you are today. I was defeated several times at the hand of my sect mates, and seeing others being on par with senior sister made me even more unwilling to accept it. Later, in a fit of pique, I went alone to the cliff to practice until midnight. It was only when senior sister came to me that I finally came to my senses. Did we listen to ghosts earlier? Yuner sighs lightly and continues. Speaking of those in the past may bore you. Today I shall share the key points of martial arts senior sister taught me. She once said, Jade Maiden martial arts are gentle and flexible. If they don't rely on brute force to win, they rather use softness to conquer hardness. Giggity. Only by being versatile and adaptable can we break through any obstacle. Memorize. I dedicated myself to practicing as senior sister advised, and indeed, not only did I quickly grasp the exposition of the Dharma, but I also understood the essence and developed a unique trait like senior sister. I see. As Yuner finishes speaking, she shows her hands to Ru. Watching intently, Ru can't help but be amazed. Yuner's palms are pale as ice, cold to the touch, with a sharp chilling emanating from them. Just getting closer makes Ru shiver, astonished. Seeing Ru's astonishment, Yuner heaves a deep sigh, then cups spiritual jade in her arms again. As her hand touches the jade, a layer of frost forms around it. Through the thin frost, Ru can't see very clearly. The landscape of unknown place is faintly visible in the spiritual jade. There are bustling streets teeming with crowds and ethereal figures appearing and disappearing, making it difficult to discern identity. Yun'er gazes quietly at the illusion within the jade. After a moment, she clasps her hands together and retrieves the jade, her expression sorrowful, her eyes downcast with a hint of a bitter smile. Jade means like their words. At least this flows well. Like I keep saying, when we were doing Chiming Island, I literally thought, am I having a stroke? Why can't I read this? It was something about the way that text flowed did not jive with my mind. This is at least I can read this, it flows nicely. Previously, Senior's sister decisively threw herself into the water here, perishing. Since then, she merged with the Zhongxi and Li River, her souls lingering between the two. Threw herself in the water? Yun'er lowers her gaze, seemingly touched by the memory. She falls silent for a moment before continuing to say, I didn't witness it when Senior's sister threw herself in the water. Now, I don't know whether it was because of me that she felt pressured by the sect, ultimately leading to her tragic end. She was originally so gentle and calm. How could I have expected her to be so resolute? You never saw it happen? In that case, there still may be hidden truths. Why not ask directly? Yun'er is curious about the true reason behind her senior sister's death. A sudden thought strikes Rue. Unfortunately, not knowing where senior sister's soul drifts, desiring to uncover the truth is merely a momentary whimsy. At that moment, Yun'er seems to understand Rue's thoughts and murmurs. Your words, it might not be possible. It's just that What? I don't know why, but I feel apprehensive. I fear I might have caused senior sister's death, leading to such a fate. Alas, before you arrived, I thought senior sister had been wandering the world for a long time without reincarnating because of our connection was unfinished. But her soul's restless, and she has no choice but to attach herself to a fading body, enduring the remaining life. Every time thinking about her loneliness, I feel my heart ache. I literally own a reincarnation platform. Couldn't I just go solve this problem? I'm literally the death god. At this moment, Yun'er's voice fills with sorrow and chokes with emotion, yet she suppresses the grief and continues. Upon hearing the words today, I suddenly thought that if I could see senior sister again, I could inquire about the truth. Back in those years at the cliffs of Jade Maiden, why did she decide to jump into the river so resolutely, leaving me behind without a second thought? If the truth can be revealed by directly asking, it would be wonderful, but I wonder if senior sister is willing to recount the past. Yun'er, unaware of Rue's thinking, seems determined not to stop until the truth is uncovered. She adds, you should know that the person to whom senior sister's soul now clings has pallid palms, capable of frosting things upon touch. Although I don't know where this person is, if you find this person, I implore you to bring them to me. With your help, senior sister and I may finally find peace after endless suffering. Fate's unpredictable, manipulating destinies. I don't know if my efforts can be of any help. How fate will unfold is truly difficult for me to fathom. I entrust this matter to you. As Rue agrees, Yun'er feels a deep sense of gratitude. Sighing repeatedly, overwhelmed, she finds it hard to express her feelings. As Rue is pondering the task of finding the person and contemplates the mysterious one whose soul whereabouts remain unknown, she looks at the Ingram, appearing to sense something. Ponder. Go to the Ingram illusion. Find the Yun'er? Perhaps I could find some clues in the Ingram. Encounter. Okay. I was gonna say, they don't let me in! I'm allowed in, but only sometimes, apparently. That Jade Lady can't be more than a nascent soul realm. Yeah, she didn't say she was powerful. She's just undying. At the Celestial Maiden Peak in front of Ingram, Taiwu Rue suddenly witnesses a miraculous scene within it. Stirring something within. Reaching out, dreams from within the mirror, blurring the lines. Touching the mirror, Rue feels a chill, sharp as winter snow, yet soft as spring. Ripples spread from the fingertips, distorting the dream within the mirror. And suddenly a powerful force unexpectedly pulls Rue into the mirror, fall into the illusion. Floating amongst chaos, where up is down, as though it's plunging into a deep river water. Upon regaining senses, Taiwu Rue feels as if falling through the clouds, weightless and ethereal. After a moment of dazed stillness, she finds calm, gradually coming to stand firmly on the ground once again. This place must be a world within the Ingram, yet it greatly differs from where Yun'er resides. Looking around, Rue sees the sky half filled with drifting rosy clouds, unidentifiable. occasionally shadowed by figures resembling classic celestial maidens, elusive upon inspection. Strange. A sense of wonder fills Rue's heart. Before there's time to ponder, the scene changes again. Amongst the mingling of wind and snow with a chilling cold, Rue gazes and finds herself unexpectedly at the foot of Jade Maiden Peak. Looking around, there stands a person, face blurred, dressed in garb of Jade Maiden sect leader, seemingly sighing endlessly, something to say. The person muses softly. This girl has exceptional root bone, clearly great wit and promising at first glance, a perfect candidate. Should she join Jade Maiden, she will one day ascend to immortality. It seems not about me. With deepening curiosity, looking down, Rue realizes, unbeknownst to her, already adorned in the attire of Jade Maiden disciple, cradling a newborn infant in her arms. Where's the baby come from? The baby, face flushed with tears but silent, now sleeps in Taiwu's arms. Is the pronoun fixed? I don't believe I had a patch, so maybe this one just wasn't broken. The figure resembles the sect leader watching the scene, slowly adds, though you are still young, this girl must be fated with you. I have given her a surname, and you shall name her. Let her stay by your side, raise her as a sister. In this scene, it couldn't be that I'm in somebody else's dream. As the figure awaits silently, a thought arises in Rue's mind. Giving someone a name is like bestowing a future. If she were to be a constant companion, her hopes can live up with her wishes. Almost instinctively, Rue speaks out. Okay, these are not the lady in the mirror. Innate talent, exceptional qualities, courage in martial arts, talented in many arts. Gao. The figure nods slowly, smiling. Well said, well said. At such a young age, you've already shown great insight. When, according to your words, from now on, this one shall be called Yuner. literally ignored what I said. Yuner, but I clearly said Goer. Could it be that I've entered the senior sister's dream? Amidst the myriad of thoughts, difficult to articulate, Rue suddenly feels an emptiness in their arms, and the scene blurs. The wind, snow, and figures become indistinct. The path ahead unknown. Move forward. As Rue steps forward, the vision shifts, and when the focus is regained, she finds herself atop Jade Maiden Peak, within the Jade Maiden sect, sitting outside the dwelling. Looking not far off, Rue sees a young girl playing. It's as carefree as Yun-Er. It seems the scenes I witnessed earlier from the past. While pondering, Rue notices Yun-Er looking back with a smile brimming with laughter and running towards her, rise to greet her. Rue stands up hesitantly, catching her in full embrace as Yun-Er hugs her tightly. She looks up, smiling. I've had my fill of play. Senior sister, do you plan to teach me today? I'll teach you about cultivating music. Sorry I was too harsh. I beg your forgiveness. Surely you prepared to teach me the art of music. Yuno responds with a beaming smile, seeming eager to try, and proceeds to pull Rue towards the music room. Endure pain, follow along. Numerous thoughts swirl. Rue's feet involuntarily following Yun-Er. With the scenery of Jade Maiden Peak faintly visible, the scenes from the past, Yun-Er chatters non-stop along the way, never pausing. Senior sister, you seem to be born with a talent for playing the guqin. Although I'm somewhat puzzled, I feel as though I should understand the emotions in the ancient tune. Although I wish to be like you, I fear I lack the talent. Perhaps learning to play the flute might what? Yun-Er's eyes sparkle. Perhaps I could play music with you, senior sister. Guqin and flute in harmony, like the high mountain and flowing water. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Who knows, the music we play together might become a celebrated story in Jade Maiden sect. Yun-Er's words now strangely mirror, yet different future events. Thinking on what she sees in the future, Rue can't help but feel melancholic. Yet, as if embodying someone else, she gently says, what Yun-Er possesses is good, but since you're still a novice, let's start by understanding the principles of guqin music today. Of course. Since you've decided, I have no objections. Yun-Er laughs playfully, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once the two settle in the music room, she becomes more reserved and waits obediently. Although Rue is unfamiliar with Jade Maiden sect typically conduct lessons, at that moment, a sudden inspiration strikes and begins to patiently teach them the principles of music. While plucking the guqin strings, a melodious sound echoes, akin to a song on a spring oriole. Immersed and undistracted, Taiwu Rue marvels at Yun-Er's intelligence. Every mention of the intricacies of music is initially grasped by her, a clear sign of her exceptional capacity, quite unlike ordinary people. She continues to progress, Reaching enlightenment and perhaps even ascending might not be out of reach. As Rue ponders deeply, Yunar looks back, mischievous smile on her lips, seeming about to speak. However, before she can, the scene before your eyes blurs again, like ripples spreading across water, unsettling and continuous. Moving forward with eyes closed, Rue is unable to see yet feels serene as if walking on flat ground. It seems as if one can perceive the surroundings and know the path ahead, moving unobstructed. Peculiar feeling. Moments later, a gentle call reaches Rue's ears. Upon opening her eyes, she finds herself back at Jade Maiden outside a house. Yun calling out senior sister, approaches with graceful stride from afar, now appearing as a young woman in the prime of her youth. It seems the years have passed since the lesson. Now accustomed to inhabiting the identity of senior sister, Rue handles the situation with ease. Seeing Yun approaching, she smiles and says, "The sect leader is calling for you. She intended to teach you personally, but I heard you refused and come back to me." Rue says she realizes the situation. The Jade Maiden sect leader, recognizing Yunar's extraordinary capacity, wants to personally mentor her. However, Yunar, deeply attached to senior sister, prefers not to part and wishes to stay and learn under her guidance. Seems Yunar and senior sister shared a deep bond. Yunar responds with a laugh. "The sect leader does not understand my heart. Who can compare to you, senior sister? Only a few years older than me, you've mastered both guqin and flute. Being by your side, practicing and playing daily, everything is enjoyable. If I truly mastered everything, do you think I would still be here with you?" Senior sister, those words are surely against your true feelings. Even if you suddenly became a celestial being, savoring immortal wines and enjoying the dew of flowers every day, you wouldn't leave me behind. Instead, you'd likely take me to the heavens and share the divine days. At that whimsical words of Yunar, she continues to discuss, anticipating that one day both of them will become immortals. Their names will live on through the ages. Rue can't help but smile silently. Yunar once dreamed of attaining immortality. Such childish words, but she doesn't know her senior sister has already taken it to heart. Within those thoughts, although unsure if this is related to senior sister's later life choices, for now, Rue continues the conversation. Yunar, having talked to herself thirsty, pauses and smiles. "After talking so much, I haven't heard you play the guqin for a long time. May I have the honor today?" "How did you know I was about to go to the practice room? Since you're here, why not listen to me play a piece?" Or, "How'd you know, since you're here, why not play a piece?" "Listen, why don't you play a piece?" Yunar clapped her hands. "That'd be wonderful. After days of training, I finally stolen a half day of leisure to hear senior sister play the guqin, cleansing my ears with wonderful music." Hearing Rue knows that Yunar responded to the words once spoken to her senior sister, not what she just said. It seems that in the illusion, events are set, and although one can deeply observe and experience, there's no way to alter them. Ponder. Soon, Yunar and Taiwu Rue walk hand in hand to the guqin room and sit down together. At Rue's fingertips touch the strings, she suddenly recalls teaching young Yunar music not long ago. Yunar has grown so much. For a moment, Rue's mind wanders and she unconsciously plays a lingering melody that expresses 1,000 thoughts and emotions. Pluck the strings. The tune is gentle and undulating, like a fenghuang flying amongst the clouds, dancing elegantly. Yunar listens intently, entranced. Although Taiwu Rue feels unified with her senior sister, her own consciousness remains somewhat detached, quietly listening to the piece. The more she listens, the more she feels its melody is abundant, yet it lacks emotional depth, growing more insipid. Compared to the renowned musicians, it feels somewhat cold and dull, perhaps a lack of emotional understanding. Rue's piece comes to an end and Yunar's eyes shine brightly. At the last note fades, she begins to praise enthusiastically. "The piece you played is truly wonderful. It clears my mind and refreshes my spirit. If I could learn a fraction of your skill, I would surely top competition at the sect's oncoming sect tournament." "You are already capable and diligent. As long as you continue to focus on practice, winning should not be hard. Among our sectmates, many aspire to match your level. I dare not take it lightly. I still need your guidance on learning the guqin." Yunar says as she sits at the guqin, her expression earnest. Seeing her so serious, Rue is reassured and begins to teach her with all her knowledge. Practice guqin, fingertips colliding with strings, the senior sister feels a surge of emotion. The situation resembles the days when she first taught young Yun-Er. Taiwu Rue can't help but reflect on how she used to spend days together with senior sister, practicing guqin and training. How could they have known that they would one day be separated by vast distance? The scene before them blurs like water flowing away, a familiar sight. Close the eyes a moment and then opens them again, stepping forward into vast emptiness. Oh my goodness. Not knowing how long she's been walking, Rue suddenly sees frost and snow falling, drifting lightly to the wind. Rue pauses and comes to her sisters, realizing she's now at the top of Jade Maiden Peak. Her senior sister must be deep in thought, standing out the cliff's edge, gazing at the distance. Rue faintly hears the sound of a Guquin room behind her. Although the music is technically superb and smooth, it feels emotionally detached and hard to resonate. It's the piece I just played. Could it be Yun'er? Rue stands silently for a moment, sighing as the music abruptly stops. Turns her head and looks at the young girl emerging from the room, standing gracefully. Yet puzzled, yet determined look unmistakably belongs to Yun'er. Yun'er's skill at the Guquin is incredibly refined. Why does she spend her time with other junior sisters, yet comes to practice the Guquin? Time on Jade Maiden Peak passes slowly, and playing with them brings joy. Instead, although I've learned this piece, I still feel something's lacking. I only wish to practice daily to grasp the essence, to truly honor your teachings, but it's challenging. Yun'er slightly lifts her eyes, speaking warmly. Whenever I make a little progress, I hear your Guquin playing, which seems even more refined than before, often moving me to tears. Senior sister has understood the deep emotions. Today I played it over and over, yet I can't capture the essence. It feels like I'll never match up to you. Please, senior sis, help me understand what's missing from the music. There are so many disciples who are, maybe they want to cultivate their beauty, Knight, right? In a lot of cultivation novels, by being an immortal, you become more beautiful. Seeing that Yun'er is much more composed than before, Rue thinks that Yun'er seems more similar to the person that she knows. But on closer inspection, the gentleness and tenderness are much like senior sisters. Perhaps the senior sister raised her like a sister, so their personalities influenced each other. They seem alike and yet not. The same, but different. No one else in Jade Maiden is quite like them. Lost in thought, Rue suddenly feels a surge of anxiety, but masks it with a nod, saying, "To master this piece, there's one more thing you must grasp, the subtle sentiment of the music. How much have you understood?" Sentiment, like love? I don't know what that is. I recognize the word, but no one has taught me its meaning. Yun'er admits with a smile, seeming unaware of its significance. Rue pauses, sharing a bitter discomfort with the senior sister, not understanding why. If you don't know what sentiment is, how can you understand the essence of the piece? Pondering this, Yun'er responds, "So it turns out the key to this piece is sentiment, or love. Please tell me what love is. What is love? What's good of it, and how do I learn it?" Finding oneself at a loss and seeing Yun'er's restless questioning, Rue sighs deeply. Okay, we can't change the past, so she probably said number one. Being raised at Jade Maiden, you know well the rules. If one aspires to ascend, love is the most useless thing. I don't think that's her response. Love is like a sunset glow in the deep mountains or a misty autumn rain. Although it's elusive and unclear, it cannot be unseen. Despite your questions, I do not understand what love is. What is love? We're gonna go with number two. Yun'er curiously remarks, "You first said love is key, and now you said it's useless. If that's true, do you understand the deep meaning of music, and why does the Guquin express such subtle sentiment?" Silently, Rue feels overwhelmed and appears deeply troubled. Although her wishes to answer Yun'er's question, her heart's in turmoil, and she is unable to speak about love, thus naturally avoiding the question. Speechless. Seeing no response, Yun'er adds, "Since childhood, you and I have great capacity. Over the years, I have studied diligently, never slacking, but I cannot reach the pinnacle. Why should I even bother? Today, could you play the piece for me one more time so I may understand the difference and perhaps clear my confusion? If you're so determined, let it be." As the words leave Rue's mouth, she feels it's a good opportunity. She could listen to senior sister play the Guquin again to discern the differences from past when the music seemed emotionally shallow. Perhaps by fully understanding senior sister's thoughts, she might discover the reasons behind her resolute actions in the past. Re-enter the Guquin room. Today, they re-enter the Guquin room, sitting opposite of each other. After a moment of silent contemplation and deep breath, Rue begins to play the music. For a while, all that can be heard is enchanting sound, rising like the cries of longs and fing huangs. The modulation of tones convey a heartfelt, lingering emotion, intertwined and complex. As the melody concludes, its echoes linger. Rue looks up at Yun'er, and their eyes meet. Yun'er's eyes are deep, reflecting deep thoughts as she murmurs softly. "Just Guquin notes, yet why do they move the listener so? Senior sister, we are indeed different. We both cultivate the Jade Maiden sect. How are we different?" Yun'er looks intently at Rue and says, "Today you enlighten me. I realize something. Senior sister, you clearly understand what love is. Why do you not wish to teach me?" "I'm already aware." Her words strike like a thunderclap, shaking Rue as once the senior sister might have been shaken, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. Oh no, a sway attack. At that moment, someone calls from outside. It's a messenger from the leader. The call, growing nearer and then fading, seems urgent, summoning Senior Sister by name. But the scene before Rue blurs and her hearing is unclear, making it hard to discern Yuner's expression. In the confusion and dizziness, Rue feels as if an illusion, with water stirring, old scenes flashing before her eyes, spinning and unsettling. Old memories surge and overlap, too unclear for Rue to discern. This moment resembles someone's troubled heart, too chaotic to untangle. Amidst this, a mysterious sound fills the ears as if coming from the heavens. The heart has realized, but without understanding love. Thus, inner demons arise. Haunted by inner demons, one falls into deceptions, leading to tragic fate. Could it be? Could it be so? It's not my inner demon, but a shared feeling with Senior Sister that moves me. She couldn't beat that inner demon, man. Old scenes gone, but revived. In a haze, stunned and distracted Taiwu's mind. With her regaining clarity and wakes, she finds herself outside the pavilion, hearing a sound of the flute, like chanting and howling. Yun sitting askew on the pavilion playing the flute, seemingly unaware of the hidden presence. The sound of Yun'er's flute still lacks sentiment, suggesting she's yet to break through her limitations. Thinking of this, Rue feels even more heavy sorrow in Senior Sister's heart, pressing heavily upon her. As she quietly watches Yun'er play the flute, thousands of unspoken words weigh on her, and the origin and end unknown. Watch Senior Sister, whose worries have deepened. I'm curious about what the sect leader discussed with her. Standing tall, Rue hesitates a moment. Now Yun'er and Senior Sister have their own concerns, and neither of them speak. If they cannot understand each other's heart, how can they talk of harmonious music, or a being inseparable as mystic birds in the future? Not sure of Senior Sister's intention, best to watch quietly. After pondering further, Rue realizes both Yun'er and Senior Sister are unclear about the feelings at this moment. Moreover, Yun'er still does not comprehend what sentiment or love is, and it would be rash to force her into a misconception of such feelings. Rue decides again, earning away without breaking the melody of the flute, quietly leaving. It appears Senior Sister's thoughts might be similar to Rue's. As Rue walks away, the melody sound of the flute beyond her stops. Rue does not halt. Gazing in the distance, an idea suddenly strikes her. The autumn winds are nearly here, and yet Yun'er is troubled. Why not take her down the mountain and enjoy the scenery of Dongting Lake to clear the minds of worries? Sure, the moon over Dongting Lake, casting its glow across miles. Playing music with Yun'er under the moon would surely be wonderful. Think of the moon, feeling Senior Sister captivate the autumn breeze and waters. Rue knows Senior Sister's heart leaps, with the hope of sharing the beauty of Dongting Lake with Yun'er. Yet the journey down the mountain is unclear, with no one to foresee what will happen. A soft sigh escapes Rue, her conscience is becoming clear, half with and half without Senior Sister. Just in a moment, she finds herself enveloped in a dark night, with stars emerging, surrounded by a sea of clouds, almost like the land of Immortal. Within the mist, as if the expanse of smoky water stretches endlessly, as someone slowly stepping through the water, peering intently, Rue sees a faint silhouette flickering in and out of view, like a reflection of a celestial maiden on a jade mirror, quickly approaching. Yun'er is human, not a mirror, while I am a mirror, not human. Naturally, we differ in every way. Is a mirror not a person? Could it be? It's the Divine Maiden. Amidst Taiwu's puzzlement, the Celestial Maiden suddenly speaks, her voice sounding as if from far away yet close at hand, as if she could be heard from somewhere before. It was you who spoke to me now. Indeed, Taiwu Rue, endowed with the brilliant and perceptive mind, you grasp the essence instantly. Surely you can understand the meanings of the music, the sentiment filled within this illusion. Falls from deceptions leading to a tragic fate. What does that mean? Celestial Maiden slowly shakes her head. Why not seek it out yourself? If you cannot understand people's hearts, you will struggle to grasp the root cause. I fear even if you were to witness past scenes, you might misinterpret them, allowing the truth to be obscured. That makes sense. Having gone through this experience, I've also gained insight. So it was. Then, do you know why Senior Sister throws herself into the water? I think it's number 2. Senior Sister might have been depressed and self-deleted. I think that was the case. So basically, she couldn't wrap her head around the fact that she loved Yun'er, whether as a mother or a sister or a lover, I don't know. But she couldn't wrap her head around that, and it gave rise to a heart demon. And then after Yun'er gets trapped in the mirror, that's probably too much for her. Reasons why remains unclear. Yeah, I think it's number 2. Deep in thought, with the illusions Rue saw today reveal the senior sister was heavily burdened with deep troubles in her heart, yet she's unwilling to share with others. It could be the possible reason for her to jump in the water. Hearing Rue's answer, the celestial maiden neither nods nor shakes her head, only murmuring softly, "We haven't seen the truth. Whether it is or isn't, no one knows. If I could re-enter the illusion, perhaps I could get more clues." Yeah, it was probably Pure Essence 18 Heart Demon, Night Ray. You're probably right. The law of cause and effect is in your favor, allowing you to see Yunur to see me. Since you have pressing matters to attend to, why not start your journey? When you return, perhaps you can revisit the illusion and explore further. Celestial Maiden continues. The person you are seeking now is in White Deer Marsh Ixing Fort. Where time is of the essence, once you leave the mirror, you must set out immediately. White Deer Marsh Xingqiang Fort. I'm going to screenshot that just in case the game doesn't tell me that, just so I don't have a boo-boo. Thank you, Celestial Maiden, for your guidance. I shall set out now. Remember, the song contains sentiment. Sentiment resides in the song. With such vast universe, why not listen to all the songs in the world, and then you may understand the deep meanings within the songs. Indeed, perhaps collecting music scores from various places might yield insight. The mist rises again, obscuring the sky, when suddenly disperses. All illusion vanishes in an instant, and suddenly she feels the chilling of frost and brush within the thin snow on her face. Coming back to her senses, Rue finds herself standing before a clear mirror, the image of the Celestial Maiden no longer visible. Exiting the illusion feels like crossing into another world. Best to quickly follow their directions and search for the person. We got 600 Jade. Okay, head to Guangnam White Deer Marsh. Can do. Now, White Deer Marsh, that's over here, isn't it? Yeah, White Deer Marsh. All right, we will not delay. Confirm. Go. A Reaper is attacking. We'll just dodge nimbly. I definitely feel like road attacks are up. Crime has increased by 82% in Taiwu. Okay, Guangang near White Marsh, the fort. That's a village. That is the fort. Okay. We are over the 2-hour mark though, and I desperately need to refill my coffee here. I'm feeling it in my voice, and I definitely do not need to lose it since this is a very wordy one. So we're gonna take our 5-minute break here. Let me get YouTube up. Oh, I wasn't on my stream back end. Hang on. As always, if you're enjoying yourself, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. That helps me a ton. We've been here for over 2 hours, so I would suggest get up, get yourself a stretch and a drink, and we're gonna get back and continue pushing on. While we're on our 5-minute break, you might get an ad. If you do, I appreciate the pennies. All right, welcome back. I hope you guys had a good break. I got myself some more coffee. We carry on. Ross says, I'll take some time and run and fix stuff. I'll be back in a bit. Have fun. Don't finish the game before I'm back. I'll try. We'll have to slow roll it. I don't think we're even going to finish Jade Maiden today, if I'm being honest. Although we have a little bit of a timer here, so we got to be a little bit careful with that. 5 storm mounts have been cleared. Okay, that's another story that's going to want to trigger. Oh my. This day, Rue arrives at this place. She thinks about her task entrusted by Yunur and the enchanting scenery within the illusion. Her resolve to locate the person with pallid palms, capable of frosting things upon touch. Stepping forward, she brushes past the pedestrians on the road, when suddenly she feels a stirring in her heart and hears a few murmurs. It seems I seem to have made a promise with someone, and I have promised something, but I can't remember. Look to where the voice came from. Taiwu Ru follows the voice and looks over, only to see the person just pass by an ordinary man, holding a flute horizontally in his hand. The flute appears clear and white as jade, but the man's hands appear even paler and bloodless. Pallid palms, frosting things? I wonder if it could be him. A thought strikes Ru that this person might be the one Yunur had mentioned. Upon closer observation, a thin layer of frost forms on the man's palm, clinging to the flute like a frosty garment. Nonchalantly, he wipes it clean with his sleeve, sighs, and places the jade flute at his waist before walking away leisurely. Such an anomaly indicates this person might be the vessel for senior sister Yunur had attached. Ru hesitates for a moment. She thinks that she might have gotten the right person, so she hurriedly speaks to inquire. How many people do you think are running around with pallid palms that frost things? Come on, Ru. Excuse me, I have something to ask you. Upon hearing Ru's words, the man halts and turns around. Never having met before, he wears an expression of confusion. I wonder what you want to ask. This is a long story. Let me buy you a beer. Ru approaches and explains her intentions. I've been entrusted by someone to ask a question. Would you be willing to go to Celestial Maiden Peak in Jinyang and meet your old friend? Upon hearing these words, the man is initially dumb. Then he furrows his brows. His expression fills with sorrow, much like Yunur. Taiwu Ru feels certain that they have found the right person, but the man shakes his head and says, Shi Wufin was born here and grew up here, never having known anyone at Celestial Maiden Peak in Jinyang. Besides, I'm a man, and Jade Maiden Peak belongs to the Jade Maiden sect, a place restricted to women. How could I go there? It seems this person has yet to recall his past. Ru ponders a moment. Shi Wufin does possess the qualities that Yunur mentioned, and there is also the unresolved worry between his brows, indicating that it is undoubtedly due to Senior Sister's soul being attached to him. If he could go and be made to recall the past, perhaps he would be willing to go to Celestial Maiden Peak and meet with Yunur. About this trait and the sorrow evident in your heart, it's undoubtedly that you are the one who Yunur holds dear. I have a peculiar trait. Why didn't I know that? Wait, Yunur, that name, it sounds like I've heard it somewhere. Upon hearing Ru's words, the man's expression suddenly changes. Furrowing his brow with a hint of bewilderment, he murmurs quietly. Not knowing what he's thinking, Shi Wufin lets out another long sigh and says, Alas, although I'm unaware of who you are, I heard the mention name you are. It feels as if I've heard that name somewhere before. Now, there's one thing that weighs heavily on my mind, and perhaps I could share a bit of it with you. What's that? Ru is perplexed, listens intently. When Xi maintains his composure and continues speaking. You may not know. Just now, when you mentioned Celestial Maiden Peak, it indeed surprised me. Although I'm a man and I've never associated with Jade Maiden all my life, I possess its martial arts and can use them effortlessly. I possess these abilities not because someone secretly taught me, but because I learned them in my dreams. Yeah, that is quite the color scheme he's got going on there, isn't it? It's what happens when you get possessed by a ghost. They take away your fashion sense. Recalling such a bizarre event also fills my heart with mixed emotions. In those hazy dreams, it felt as ethereal as a fairy tale, utterly captivating. It's like I'd become someone else, practicing techniques side by side with a woman whose face was blurred. We were close and lived leisurely. And those scenes in my dreams are difficult to remember one by one, but I always have a sense of nostalgia. I'm reluctant to leave them behind. After waking up, I'm filled with worries and cannot find solace. I don't know how I learned Jade Maiden techniques in my dreamlike state. When I woke from the trance, I didn't feel joy. Instead, I felt a tinge of heartache. Do you remember the person in the dreams? Asked by this question, she sighs repeatedly. Alas, your words seem to strike a chord in my heart. I don't know old friend you mentioned knows this person in my dreams, but my memory is vague. I only remember the woman seemed to be ethereal and beautiful, extraordinarily talented and a unique understanding of things, but... At this point, she pauses a moment. After a while, he whispers softly. His expression changes suddenly. I seem to recall now. It turns out it was not. It was not the person in my dreams who taught me martial arts, but it was teaching me the essentials to the person in my dreams. At that moment, she seems profoundly affected. His expression filled with sorrow, stark contrast to the indifferent state he was a moment ago. I don't know why, but when you ask this now, I suddenly remembered that hazy dream. The person in my dream, fair as bright moon, with graceful appearance, this person is none other than Yunur? The old memories linger in my mind, but the good dream will never return. It seems as if 1,000 memories suddenly surge forth. She is stunned for a while, showing a look of loss and sorrow. Yunur, it was you. It was her who sent you to find me. You do seem to remember. She nods slowly, seeming to be filled with complex emotions. The past is dim, and when I think back, it's hard to forget. I just don't know how you were able to see Yunur and how she entrusted you. Recount the previous story. Rue finds she has already recalled the past, but still doesn't know the details, so she recounts everything in detail. Listening that Yunur is still trapped in the Igaram, she is both amazed and puzzled. I see, so I've long been wandering as a lost soul, ignorant of years. I thought she had already ascended to immortality and no longer needed to enter the mortal world. How could it be that she is trapped in the Ingaram and unable to leave? Although Yunur can leave, she can only do it temporarily. She's neither a mortal nor a ghost. She ponders and says, as you said, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. If she can live forever, she should have achieved immortality. How could she be in such a state now? In my opinion, Yunur's obsession has not faded. If she cannot see you, she may be like that for a long time. She is taken aback for a moment and then says after some confusion, is that so? Alas, I've already a wandering and incomplete soul. Yunur has obviously mastered Jade Maiden martial arts. Why should she wait so hard and miss an opportunity for immortality? Do you mean mastering Jade Maiden arts can lead to immortality? She simply shakes his head slowly. The mysteries of Jade Maiden martial arts are unfathomable to this day. However, among the thousands of disciples, if anyone can comprehend and achieve immortality, it must be Yunur. Time has passed for 100 years, and only now have you met Yunur. Little did you know she possessed exceptional capacity and diligently practiced various martial arts. When I taught her Jade Maiden martial arts in the past, I witnessed her bright and eager to learn demeanor. With the trust of the sect leader, I naturally bestowed extra attention upon her. On that note, Xi's gaze shifts slightly. But I am not stone, and being with her day and night, I couldn't help but have personal feelings. I also don't know. So that's how it is. Xi's expression is difficult to discern for a while, and he stops to want to speak several times but stops, eventually changing the subject hastily. Your visit today has brought back old memories. Yunur and I are separated by life and death and unable to reunite, but to be able to see her again, I'm already content and ask for nothing more. Finally, she adds, please wait for some days after I settle various matters. I'll meet you at the staging post next month and return to the Maiden Peak to see an old friend. It's settled then. Observing Xi's resolute decision, Rue ceases to press him further, opting to wait until next month when he has completed his preparations. It would be then that he would return to Jade Maiden sect and fulfill Yunur's heartfelt wish. This is good. Excellent, because I'm out of energy, apparently. We had exactly the amount of energy. It was fate. It was fate. I like stories where in order to gain power, you have to give up something. And usually the more esoteric, the more interesting. So I love the idea that like maybe he gained his powers by he sacrificed his sense of fashion. Like that's his sacrifice for power. All right, we got a bunch of people that are after my gallant horse. Sure, you can have that. Needs the tea. You may not have that. Wants my tea. You may not have that. Wants my tea. You may... Man, you buy tea once. My goodness. Average Eurovision vision contestant. Dude, I should go check the last few years Eurovision. I always found that hilarious. Some of those were pretty good, and some of those are, whew, they're out there. I remember there was one called Blue Jeans and Bloody Tears that was like written by AI a few years ago. I think it just spit out some lines and then it was edited, but I just remember that one because it was weirdly catchy but didn't make a lot of sense. I've been diving into Heartbreak Claw. All right, teach me about Heartbreak Claw. I've been diving into Hibernical Bone Piercer. Excellent. 36 hand needle methods. Sure. Okay, we got two different ones going on here. Flower Mystery. Okay, that's the Dark Owl and White Deer. I am not going to trigger that. Since Taiwu Ru has found the person you longs for, she should have waited for Zhu to come and return to the Celestial Peak. Today's the agreed day, but an unfamiliar person hurries over, looking anxious, searching around. After a few attempts, the person walks up to Ru. What happened? Ru's puzzled for a moment, but here's the stranger whisper. According to Xi's description, could you be the successor of Taiwu? That's right. The person sighs deeply, continues, listen to me. I know that she had a prior arrangement with you, but he's unable to keep it today. I came to deliver this message. Seeing the person's sorrowful expression, Taiwu Ru already has a sense of bad news. But the person remains silent for a while, and after much consideration, she speaks. Before Xi's death, he entrusted me to find the successor of Taiwu and deliver this message. He said, although I wanted to go together and meet the person in my heart, it seems fate has decided otherwise. I can only regretfully break our appointment. What, he passed away? He also said, if successor Taiwu is willing, I have one request. Please tell my old friend that you didn't find my whereabouts, just as if we never met. You failed to find the person, she doesn't need to wait any longer. Did he leave any other words? The person shakes their head. There were no other words. I've now brought Xi's last words to you. I'll go back now and burn incense at Xi's grave and inform him about this matter. I think that will put his mind at ease and he can pass on without worries. Guess that's how it's gonna be. With these words, the person bids farewell to Taiwu Ru in a haste and turns away. Ru gazes at the figure of the departing person, thinking the death of a mysterious one with whom she had been exchanging correspondence before. I'm feeling a mixed emotions at this moment. I can only return to the peak. Well, I didn't expect that. I think our death count is rapidly rising in this quest. Okay, apparently I'm not studying anything either, which I should be studying at least something, even if it's not mattering much. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, well, I guess it is what it is. Return to Jade Maiden Peak. I would not have guessed that if you asked me. Jade Maiden. All right, on the road again. I am very concerned, actually. 33 months remaining. I didn't realize that this thing was going to have a timer because the previous one, I think I noted that it didn't have a timer. All right, we will use our teleporty cheat. And we need to return to the peak. Find Yunur. Taiwu Ru, you're back. Did you find senior sister? Ru comes before the Igar, gazes in the mirror, and beholds the long-awaited Yunur within the reflection. What are we gonna do here? I feel like I want to tell the truth to her. I don't think she's gonna let it go. Man, I'm a little torn on this one. I haven't found your senior sister. Don't tell her. I mean, it was Xi's request not to say anything. No, I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna say the truth. We'll give you the details. Rue recounts the process of finding she in the detail. Yunar listens intently, and as Rue narrates, her expression becomes increasingly sorrowful, yet it appears that she has anticipated it all along. The result is truly unexpected. However, Yunar shakes her head slowly and says in a bitter smile, "No, this is indeed fate, fulfilling the prophecy of the past, but I forgot to tell you the exact details." "What do you mean?" "You're unaware. When Senior Sister was still an infant, a fortune teller predicted a prophecy of a short life, but there was no solution. That's why Senior Sister was sent to Jade Maiden sect by her family, hoping the longevity through practice and break free from the prophecy." "I see. I've been observing the spiritual jade day and night, and the illusions are clear to me. Senior Sister's soul lingers, wandering aimlessly without a place to go. It cannot dissipate nor be reborn, nor can it. Now it can only attach itself to bodies of the living, as if reincarnation through others. I wonder if it's because of the prophecy that Senior Sister can only attach herself to those who are destined for a short and unfortunate life. In the past, I could only watch Senior Sister's cycle of life and death alone, feeling helpless. This time, I had the opportunity to task you with finding her, hoping for a reunion. Yet it appears that fate has already predetermined the outcome." Yeah, I agree, Just. I mean, I do respect Ji's wishes, but like, she's not dead, but not immortal, stuck here forever. She will never leave this rut if she doesn't get closure. Even if they meet again, the reunion will be fleeting, adding to the sorrow in vain. Yunar sighs softly and looks desolate. Now you're the only one to listen to my story. Although I'm constantly tormented by sorrow, the storm has never subsided, and my obsession remains. Since I know Senior Sister is still in the world, how can I be content without seeing her? I may not know where Senior Sister is exactly, but with the spiritual jade, I can determine where she's currently attached to. Since I couldn't reunite with her this time, I'm afraid I'll ask you to search for her again. But her life has come to an end this time. It's unknown where she has gone. Yunar ponders a moment and says, "Wait for me to carefully observe the spiritual jade, and you'll know what special trait Senior Sister possesses this time. When you come back next time and meet me, I'll pass on martial arts. Please help me investigate further in the martial realm." It's settled. Head there for cultivation. Sure, we have Orthodox. Thank you very much. Yep, same text as last time. Am I going to need to do breakthroughs on these? I sure am. All right, Scattering Blossom Formation. Scattering Blossom Formation. Not studied. I think it's a unique from Jade Maiden. Scattering. We are not going to have enough oomph to get through it this month. All right, we will spend that energy down, I think. I'm very concerned that this quest is going to take us more than 33 months. we may run out of time. Tea or wine requests. All right, Mom, you can have the tea. Fine. You may not have the tea. Okay, book done. Okay, Scattering Jade Blossom. Jade Bane not broke 3. Alright, Scattering. I thought it was a blue. Scattering Blossom. Breakthrough. Okay, again, right now, I just want to get these done. I'm definitely not taking a crisis. I'm not too concerned about what they are. I'll do a real breakthrough again if I need to use one. Done. All right, next is Stunning Aura. I actually didn't read that one. What exactly were you trying to do? User's companions can use advance and retreat. Okay, don't care. Stunning Aura. Greatly reduces the user's stamina of the current active Nimble Art. No, not too worried about that. Okay, so Stunning Aura. We can complete it with just a read. Do the breakthrough for stunning aura. Noah looks like he went from 40. Oh, did his picture change again? I'll look here. He's dying, man. Be nice. Okay. Stunning aura done. Oh yeah, he went full grandpa on us. Got that grandpa beard going. Mere Mirage. All right, you're gonna be hard enough that I'm not gonna be able to instant. Oh, we can instant you. maybe we can instant you. No, we don't have enough oomph left. Sigh. Okay, let's move because I'm paranoid. Okay, next month I also want to run our trait. By the way, last time people were like, "Oh yeah, just start Jade Maiden. You can do that real quick before the sword mound." Yeah, we would not have made it real quick to that sword mound. Oh, Noah is now eternally separated by life and death. Keep the relics as remembrance. Remember when I gave him that horse? I remember. All right, Noah, you earned this, man. I'm gonna go get you a good reincarnation. None of these quests are quick. Yeah, no kidding. Especially for me, because I'm streaming and reading things. Anything that involves lots of reading is very slow. I'm sure a lot of people probably just click through these, if I'm being honest. All right, sure. Apparently we've had people that have been done baking for a while. All right, Noah, you earned this, man. There you go, buddy. There you go. And other random people, here you go too. Enjoy. Sorry, it's luck of the draw. Sorry, you have to be a bug. There you go. You should check if you still have all your books. I will have a pop-up when they get stolen. So I would not be expecting anything to be missing. Chi art, footwork art, unique art, sword art. Yeah, that's why I'm so paranoid about moving. If I'm very careful, they just can't get me. We need mirror something. There'll be an event where they ask for it or they attack me or whatever. So it's not like they just disappear. At least I've never had that happen. Ingenuity to here. Got it. I even sometimes click through them when I'm recording, watching you and sweating as I try to remember what part of Jade Maiden Quest I'm on and how the heck I'm gonna finish it. Yeah, no kidding. Okay, done and done. Search for her. Got it. Industry. Ingram. Fine-Uner. In this world, echoes of emptiness linger and regret fills my sight. Carrying the weight of remorse, the past is hard to alight. I watch quietly as the wind and snow today, the chill remains the same, yet there's a slight difference now that you've come. In mirror cultivation? Yuner's expression softens a bit. She nods and says, "Truly, you're the successor of Taiwu, gifted with extraordinary talent and you're diligent. Today, let us engage in battle. If you can claim victory, it indicates that you made some progress. You'll surely be able to discern the reincarnation of my." Okay, hang on a second. Yes, I'll do that, but I need to fix this. All right, mister. You are on deck, buddy. You. Confirm. You. I want to do your martial loadout. All right, good boy. He equipped soul absorption. I don't want anything else. They're not going to survive a hit no matter what they run. So, the only thing I'm going to let them do is soul absorption. If anybody tries to daze attack me, we throw a landmine at them, and that'll be the end of them. Because none of these guys are, even if I gave them a good protection art, they're not going to survive anyways. So, they either take a random hit for me, which they die either way, or get wounded either way, or they rip the soul out of some jerk. So that's my plan on that. All right, you, back to character. Okay, he is running what I want. I'm gonna change this up ever so slightly. So I want encourage is the first slot, just to keep things the same for me. I want defend here, and I guess we'll do true chi there, or we could do a retreat. I think we're gonna stick with the true chi. Okay, let me switch you up too. I want encourage, and then I want defend on number 2. Unseal could also be useful. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Well, it opens up another avenue, Shinosuke. So between Golden Bell destroying people who attack fast and that of destroying people who do sway, my weaknesses are I can't reach you, you hit hard but slow, and I guess internal. I don't have anything that specifically counters that. No, I believe it does knock them out of the fight, Shinosuke. When we did it to that boss, it didn't, or maybe if they're actually strong enough they could, but mine were definitely just knocked out. They had like full thing of black markers. Okay, now let's go talk to her for the fight. That worries me a little bit, I'll definitely say. All right, did you go up? I assume you did. Yeah, now you're up to 10. All right. Now we already know that we're not going to be able to counter. So we're just going to beat her down with these. We can get her with a Halo Sword. We'll do that right away. If she's greedy. Oh yeah, we're all right. I see you're dazing me up. All right, I'm not too pleased with you. So you get plummet of fireballs and a thunderous. And I don't want to give you time to get that up. Yeah, daze. You're lucky you didn't try to send an attack, or I would have soul absorbed you. Yeah, it's probably because there was just too much of a gap, Shinosuke. What pure essence are you on and doing that? Such inherent intelligence, a rare genius. That's what I call the successor of Taiwu. This cultivation aims to assist you in stabilizing the chaotic world and transversing it. Yunar seems very satisfied, nodding repeatedly, hoping that Taiwu can bring her senior sister back as soon as possible. This is good. Yunar lowers her gaze, seemingly lost in thought, suddenly furrows her brow and reveals a hint of a bitter smile. Today's battle suddenly reminds me of the past. Since I returned to Jade Maiden Peak after traveling Dongting with senior sister, I found a breakthrough in my musical cultivation. I made significant progress for a while, but ultimately I developed a longing for the mortal world and stopped progressing towards enlightenment. Senior sister couldn't understand the reason and believed that I was wasting my capacity and neglecting my cultivation. She was extremely anxious about this and admonished me many times. I also don't know how to defend myself. Yunar's eyes show a hint of melancholy and infection. Alas, it was only at the time I realized senior sister had received a prophecy of short life. I was shocked to learn this, and in search of a solution, I dedicated myself to cultivation and deepening my understanding. Senior sister was afraid I would become too obsessed with it and advised me to cultivate with a pure heart and steadfastness. I followed senior sister's advice and practiced accordingly, achieving flawless skin and graceful figure. Yeah, see, I told you. My movements became light and agile, leaving no trace even when walking among snow or sand. Yunar speaks up, letting out a long sigh, then cups the spiritual jade in her hands, emits a faint glow. It seems as if the light can penetrate through her palms, accumulating delicate and crystal-like appearance. Through the dim light, Rue can't see clearly. It's faintly visible that within the spiritual jade, reflecting a landscape of an unknown place, there's bustling streets and constant flow of traffic, and ethereal figures approaching and disappearing, making it difficult to discern their identities. Yu also gazes quietly at the illusion within the jade. After a moment, she clasps her hands together and retrieves the jade. Her expression is sorrowful, her downcast eyes a hint of a bitter smile. Though the bonds with senior sister and me are not yet fulfilled, she's lingering in the world, wasting away her remaining lives. Now, I have your help. One day I will be able to ask senior sister about her thoughts and what she truly desires. At this moment, Yunar's voice is filled with sorrow and grief, yet she restrains her sadness and continues. You must know that the person whom senior sister's spirit now attached to has skin as fair as snow, as light and graceful gait. Although I don't know what the person is, if you find them, please bring them to me. With your help, perhaps senior sister and I can finally end our endless suffering, finding closure at last. The world is vast, there's a glimmer of hope, I'll try my utmost. Please take good care of yourself during your journey. I entrust this matter to you. After Rue agrees, Yunar feels a sense of gratitude, sighing repeatedly, overwhelmed, and finding it hard to express her feelings. As Rue is pondering the task of finding the person and contemplates mysteriousness of one's soul wherein remains unknown, it looks back at the Ingram, already sensing something within, whether what she saw in the illusion was real or not. Rue's heart stirs slightly and then says, before the mysterious one passed away, they wrote the solitary crane in mirrored water. The sentiment within resonates with senior sister. Hearing this, Yunar sighs softly. Solitary crane and mirrored water is both beautiful and tragic. I think you must have experienced a profound pain to play such a tune well. Maybe music is healing our heart. Our hatred of music. Perhaps maybe we could heal it. I have experienced such pain. Yunar lowers her head and nods. It's true. Only those who truly understand can comprehend this tune. If the composer of this place knows your state of mind, I wonder how they would feel. Alas, my feelings of heartache, I believe you can empathize with. Our conversation has brought me some comfort. Upon reflection, our pursuit have many similarities. Upon hearing this, Yunar shows a curious expression. After contemplating, Rue says, although I have exchanged letters with the mysterious one, I've never met them. I thought we would never have a chance in this lifetime. But due to this fateful encounter, you have come to know the wonders of the Igaram. Indeed. Yunar's expression changes as if lost in thought, but in the end, she lets out a sigh. Perhaps our encounter is also fate. Perhaps finding senior sister will lead to a meeting with the mysterious one. Go to encounter Ingram illusion. Ooh, lad, these are wordy. In front of the Ingram, suddenly witnesses a miraculous scene, something stirring within. Dreams from within the mirror, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Touching the mirror, they feel cold, as sharp as winter snow, yet soft as spring water. Ripples spread across the fingertip, distorting the dream within the mirror, and suddenly a powerful force unexpectedly pulls Rue into the mirror. Floating amongst the chaos, where up is down, as though it's pulling into a deep river, upon regaining senses, Rue feels as if falling through the clouds, weightless and ethereal. After a moment, the dazed stillness, she finds her calm, gradually coming to stand firmly on the ground. It's the world within the Igaram. Rue is curious about what the illusions her body will witness today. After she contemplates, the scene before her changes suddenly, displaying scenes from the past. Early cold between the rocks, the trees and mountains already yellow. Looking intently, although Rue is still in the body of senior sister, this place is no longer within Jade Maiden Peak. The wind blows the grass white, and autumn is full of splendor, as if she has traveled far. Yunar, graceful by her side, accompanies her, fascinated by everything, as this is her first time descending the mountain, stopping at every step to take it in. The journey seems to be heading towards Dongting Lake. The senior sister's worries are somewhat clearer. Seizing this moment, Rue suddenly deeply falls in, feels what senior sister thinks and intends. This trip, apart from hoping that Yunar will witness the vastness of Dongting Lake and broaden her mind, also serves as a chance to temporarily leave behind the sect's affairs, to appropriate the beautiful scenery and reflect quietly. Taiwu Rue again explores senior sister's worries. Thread by thread, it seems she recalls the time sister called her, discussing family story. The senior sister was an ordinary girl, being the eldest sister. She matured early, caring diligently for her young sister every day. However, when senior sister was a baby, a sage foretold a destiny of misfortune for her. Because of this, she even reached adolescence. Her family entrusted her to Jade Maiden Sect, separating her from her young sister, who she has not seen since. To avoid unnecessary sorrow, the sect leader did not mention the prophecy when senior sister was young. Now that senior sister has grown, the sect leader has revealed everything, hoping senior sister would not resent the separation from her family and would focus on her spiritual cultivation, which would be a good thing. She's been separated from her family since childhood. Whom can she share her loneliness with? Senior sister, why didn't you respond when I called you? We're going to Dongting Lake. Is there something bothering you? Deep in thought, Ru suddenly hears Yun'er call and snaps back to reality, looking towards Yun'er, who approaches. This trip is to take you out to relax, to travel the world. Yun'er's response shows no clear joy or sadness. To relax, to travel, that sounds good. I've never seen the scenery below the mountain, so this is a good opportunity to see it. Maybe after seeing ordinary life, I can understand what love is and solve the puzzle. Seeing her still fixated on this, Ru sighs, yet does not verbally discourage her, remaining silent, continuing on. She's full of worries. Perhaps she has learned of the prophecy. Myriad thoughts, yet no resolution. The scenery before her becomes increasingly blurred and unstable. Ru steps forward determinedly, regardless of the illusion's mixed colors turning into nothingness. Water and sky merge into a single hue, reflecting the sunlight. Coming back to her senses, Ru finds herself on the shores of Dongting Lake. Yun'er by her side, both leisurely strolling, blissfully unaware of the chaotic world. It's deep autumn, and the view of the lake is indeed boundless and beautiful. Yun'er's first time down the mountain, she inevitably is moved by the sight. This is Dongting Lake, the water so clear, shimmering with bright light. Jade Maiden Peak is always covered with snow and frost, never showing such scenery. Since you're moved, why not play a piece of Guquin here? Moved? I wonder if practicing here might bring more progress. Yun'er doesn't understand Ru's meaning, merely acting as usual. Upon setting up the Guquin, she sits down with Taiwu. Ru raises her hand and gently plucks the strings as the clear sound emerges. Being with Yun'er brings joy. Without responding, Ru simply continues to play the Guquan in silence with Yun'er. The water's calm, picturesque scene, initially bringing a sense of peace and joy to the heart, yet suddenly the sound from within Yun'er's fingers abruptly stops. What has disturbed her so? Yun'er sighs deeply, her face showing melancholy. Despite seeing the beautiful scenery of Dongting Lake, the confusion in my heart has not cleared. Even if I wanted to confide in you, senior sister, it's still hard to express what's wrong. With such a state of mind, playing the Guquin is fruitless. Exactly so. Senior sister, since it's rare for us to come down from the peak, why don't we go to the nearby market to stroll and relax for a bit? I knew you'd say this, let's go. Yun'er smiles again. Being able to tour the market with senior sister feels like a dream. Since you agree, let's set off. Ru watches this unfold, her doubts deepen. This illusion is only about usual old affair between Yun'er and senior sis, never showing any clues about senior sister's drowning. Could it be a deeper meaning to explore? Senior sisters already realized something that Yun'er doesn't notice at all. Reflecting on the events of playing the Guquin by Dongting Lake, Ru feels the change between the two is inevitable. Before further thought could ensue, the scene blurs again, real and yet surreal, unclear. Through the misty haze, suddenly a few sorrowful songs reached Ru's ears. Getting clearer, they approached, making him unaware of standing with Yun'er by the roadside. Focusing, Ru sees a downcast figure sitting by the roadside, strumming an old Guquin, murmuring in a low chant unaffected by bustling passerbys. I wonder why this person's playing the Guquin here. The melody is long, sorrowful, and heartrending, much like solitary clay in mirrored water. After just a short while, the profound sadness is evident, drawing a sigh from Ru. You play the Guquin in a blustering street, yet cannot suppress your sorrow. What is the reason? After the man finishes the song, the echoes linger. While deep in thought, Ru can't help but ask, and the man leisurely responds. It arises spontaneously, following the emotion. Could there be a deeper meaning to the song? A deeper meaning? No. This song simply speaks of parting and the sorrow of separation, like two mismatched shadows, destined to be apart. The song also mentions if one sacrifices themselves to the water, their beloved may ascend and they would eventually reunite on the other shore. Ru finds the man's words mysterious, resonating within, and sparking a thought. Sacrificing oneself to water, does such a legend truly exist in the world? True and false, reality and illusion. In this world, I'm free from attachments, and yet not averse to give it a try. The disheveled man merely laughs heartily and shakes his head repeatedly before parting ways with Ru. The senior sister seems to have taken the words to heart. Reflective, Taiwu Ru looks back at Yun'er by her side, who appears somewhat understanding and yet not completely disregarding the man's words, taking them as mere folly. So be it. Somewhat assured, Taiwu Ru then experiences a new disturbance. It turns out senior sister is contemplating the words of the disheveled man, recalling the ominous prophecy, inevitable feeling of a sense of lament, and looking at Yun'er. Ru feels a sorrow of impending separation. We are destined apart, unable to stay together. Yet without further words, Rue continues towards the market with Yun'er by hand. Move forward. Oh man, you put bad ideas in her head. Upon reaching the market under the moonlight amongst the bright lights, she sees various colorful lanterns and parades passing by, with children dressed as Chang'e, the moon goddess, and passerbys applauding. It is Mid-Autumn Festival bursting with excitement. This place is really lively. Feeling somewhat amused yet overwhelmed by the thronging crowd, upon turning to call Yun'er, Rue finds she's no longer by her side. Not good, there's too many people. A lantern casts a reddish glow, the market buzzes. The scene is bustling with strangers passing by, and slightly fear swiftly rises in Senior Sister's heart, making her restless. Hi, Rob Rivern. Hi, Babel. Do you like this more than Tale of Immortal? I'm thinking of picking it up. The short answer is yes, I do. I like Tale of Immortal. It's a different type of gameplay, more of a twin stick shooter type thing. But it had a lot more problems with translation. It had a lot more bugs in it, even after being out for a long time. This one has a little bit of translation thing, but generally it's really well translated and is a much deeper game. There's a lot to do. I'm at like, I don't know, 140 hour plus at this point, and we have only done like half the stories. So there's a lot of content here if you like this type of game. I would definitely give it a thumbs up. After a moment's thought, it becomes clear to Taiwu Rue that Senior Sister worries about the prophecy, fearing a permanent separation from Yun'er, her mind in turmoil upon their immediate parting. Quietly observe the scene without witnessed by Senior Sister. Rue looks again in the mid-autumn full night of full moon. When families reunite, the market is bright as day, where ordinary couples stroll together and lovers pair play joyfully together. This scene is so different from the days and nights at Jade Meaden. The Senior Sister is momentarily stunned, gazing at the moon, unable to shake off the bitter feeling. Sensing her mood, Rue knows the reason and sighs quietly. Why not share feelings with Yun'er? At that moment, amongst the noise, her heart faint falls. Hurrying towards the sound, Rue suddenly sees Yun'er across the crowd, their eyes meeting. I think she stands still, but we're gonna walk towards her. Try. Without further thought, Rue makes her way through the crowd. Yun'er, eyes sparkling, comes forward to meet her. After a moment, the two reunite in the bustling market, words failing them. Senior Sister, I finally found you. Been looking for you. Rue speaks, Yun'er does not respond. Amongst the doubts, the lantern light blurs into a myriad of colors. Rushing towards Rue, obscuring her vision, although they can still vainly discern the path ahead no longer clearly. Startled, a myriad of light suddenly before her eyes, as if an illusion, her mind in disarray. Taking a deep breath, Rue steps forward, hearing the sound of celestial music lingering along. The sealed heart moved by you. What is love? It turns out you already know. This type of game is so complex. Yes, it very much is, Rob. It very much is. I feel like I've probably only really engaged with maybe 30% of the mechanics. There's a lot there. But conversely, that means it's not a shallow game, so it's got a lot of meat on the bone. In the Guqin room, Taiwu Rue sits alone before the Guqin. Although Yun'er is not around, her image emerges in her mind. Senior Sister's mood has changed. It seems the Lantern Festival, things are different. Rue reflects deeply. Since the trip to Dongting Lake and returning to Jade Maiden, Yun'er seems to have an overnight epiphany, no longer troubled by practicing music. Since their hearts are aligned, they are now inseparable, playing the Guqin and spending their days and nights together. Like mandarin ducks intertwined in harmony, it turns out Yun'er and Senior Sister have opened their hearts to each other. However, the Senior Sister now sits alone quietly. Her ominous prophecy, Yun'er's desire to ascend, and the ancient song of water sacrifice all surge in her heart. Although everything seems well now, future misfortunes are unpredictable. Yun'er intends to ascend, so how could I bear not to help her? If this life is fated to be short-lived, why not sacrifice myself? We're gonna go attend. Why not help her? Rue concentrates deeply. A sense of unease arises. Although Senior Sister is beset with many conflicting thoughts, ultimately she only wishes to help Yun'er ascend. Her resolve is now as firm as a rock. Even if other thoughts arise within Rue, they do not sway her in the least. Could it be Senior Sister believes the ramblings of the man and is determined to proceed? While Taiwu Rue reflects deeply, the scene before her instantly turns dark. Speckles of light flicker uncertainly. As if falling into the night sky surrounded by fog and stars, the image of Celestial Maiden slowly appears. Astonished, revisiting old matters and yet hard to turn around. You have seen the past situations, yet it seems there are more questions in your heart. Is Senior Sister's fate truly doomed? Could she really believe those baseless words? When people know their fate prophecies, they often become obsessed, inadvertently fulfilling them. Unable to discern what fate or human action, how can one truly judge what is real? If you knew the full prophecy, perhaps you could glimpse some divine secrets. The Celestial Maiden speaks no more. This makes sense. Having gone through the experience, I've also gained insight. So it is. Then do you know why Senior Sister throws herself into the water? She might have a plan for Yun-Er's ascension. Deep in thought, the illusion Ru sees today, the words of the disheveled man seem etched in Senior Sister's heart. Hearing Taiwu Ru's answer, the Celestial Maiden neither nods nor shakes her head, only murmuring softly, "We haven't seen the truth, whether it is or isn't, no one knows. If I could re-enter the illusion, perhaps I could find more. The way of fate is spontaneous, it will come again. Since you have pressing matters to attend to, why not start your journey? When you return, perhaps you can revisit the illusion and explore further." Celestial Maiden continues, the person you're now seeking is in Dongting Lake Chongjing Post, where the time is of the essence. Once you leave the mirror, you must set out immediately. Thank you. The mist rises again, obscuring the sky, then suddenly disperses. All illusions vanish in an instant, and suddenly she feels as if the chill frost and brushed with thin snow. Coming back to senses, Ru finds herself standing by the mirror. Exiting the illusion feels like crossing another world. Best to quickly follow the Jade Maiden's directions. Oh my goodness. A quick little jump in here, eh, guys? A quick little jump. All right. Jingnan Dongting Lake. This should be... Yeah, we're in the right place. Dongting Lake. I think that I'm going to need to travel to the capital. Oh, no, Jingnan. Hang on, Dongting Lake. Here we are. I want to be careful here because I'm actually growing more and more concerned about our time limit. And search for the one who harbors Senior Sister. I have something pointing me towards this. On this day, Ru arrives at this place. Thinking about the task entrusted by Yun-Er and the scenery of the illusionary realm, she searches for the person with skin as white as snow who leaves no trace in the snow. It appears this individual almost walks without leaving footsteps. Ru couldn't help but lower her head to examine the ground of passerbys. After Ru observes for a while, a figure suddenly flashes before her eyes. Focusing her gaze, she finds a little girl quickly passes by. Ru lowers her head again to observe the footprints. She notices the girl moving lightly, leaving no traces where she passed, as if she walked without trace, without leaving signs. Could this be the person? Seeing the girl move lightly and about to go further, Ru hurriedly follows. Confirming the girl indeed has skin as white as snow, different from ordinary people, she becomes more certain. Approach for conversation. Ru then approaches and speaks up. Upon hearing her voice, the little girl stops and turns around. Seeing Taiwu Ru's unfamiliar face, she shows a curious expression, waiting for Ru to explain her intentions. Seeing you alone, I wonder where your home is. That's really creepy, Ru. Don't be a creeper. Oh, thank you very much for the super chat, Ron. Or Rob, excuse me, for 50 Ron. Thank you for showing me unique games and hidden gems I would never know about. Too few people do that. Oh, I appreciate that, man. I really like to hear that. I have a very weird taste in games, and I just figure there must be other people like me who get frustrated when you're looking for something good and you can't find anything but AAA slop, basically. So I'm very glad that you're finding cool things on the channel. That was the duck. Well, thank you, Rob. Upon hearing this, the girl is not intimidated, but raises her head and asks, I certainly live in this town. No matter what you want to ask, why not listen to me first? Oh, what do you have to say? Girl continues, as you can see, my skin is white as snow, unlike ordinary people. I was born with congenital health issues that even medical treatment cannot cure. If you can heal my illness, I will have time to hear your request. The girl is quite clever. She's indeed extraordinary. Seeing Ru lost in thought, the girl points to the hilt in Taiwu Ru's arms. It says, that broken sword carries many arms, seems to have consciousness. It must be an unusual sword. Although I'm young, I've heard of the successor of Taiwu. With exceptional skills roaming the martial world, you are able to recognize me all along with his sword. That's intelligent and perceptive. You're not like an ordinary child. As Rue's amazed, the girl shakes her head and says, not really, although I was born weak. It was only recently I suddenly contracted this rare skin disease. Since then, it's like I've been enlightened and learned many things. Hearing this, Rue's intrigued. Perhaps the sudden onset of the illness is related to Yun-Er's possession. Rue couldn't help but ask, indeed, I'm the successor of Taiwu. What is your name? Oh, no worries, Rob. Thank you very much. I do not mind at all. The girl listens and ponders for a moment before nodding. The successor of Taiwu, since falling ill, I felt somewhat familiar with that name, but I have never seen who you are. My name is Shi Weizi. Are you here to find me because you've seen me somewhere before? Yes and no, although the cause of your illness is known to me. Wuzi seemed pleased. Is that so? Since falling ill, I've been having nightmares every night, feeling uncomfortable and restless. Even eating more sugar does not help. Why do you know? Well, your skin's white as snow, but it's not an illness, but a result of Jade Maiden martial arts. Upon hearing this, she is even more puzzled. Jade Maiden martial arts, what's that? How about I tell you one more thing and then you can figure it out. In my dreams, there's a mortal who often comes to me. I've never heard music, yet I can play the guqin and the flute and perform a mournful song together with the immortal on the cliff, which is quite strange. The tune you played, could it be? Hum the tune. As the music hummed, mournful and poignant, she listens for a moment, her expression changing from sadness to joy and then astonishment. She suddenly exclaims, wow, indeed, this melody. How do you know? This tune seems to be loved by the immortal, sung every night. However, there's something strange about the dream. In the dream, this song seems to be taught to me by the immortal. Upon waking, I have learned the music without explanation, as if the immortal taught me in the dream. Is there anything else? Deep in thought, she says, there is, in my dreams, I have sat side by side with the immortal, with the wind and snow unabated, at the Jade Maiden Peak. Before us, there's a celestial jade mirror reflecting the immortal's face. It's Yun-Er. She stopped speaking, stunned for a moment. I see. I remember now. In a past life, Yun-Er asked you to come and find me. That's right. As an old memory resurfaces in she feels mixed emotions. With sadness overwhelming her expression no longer that of a child. I once said that my life is short and my luck is thin. Thinking I had missed my predestined encounter, I never thought today I would have a chance to meet you again. I've heard that once you receive the prophecy of having a short life. She looks relieved and nods. So you already know. I suppose Yun-Er told you about this. She must not know the second half. Yes, the prophecy given by the wise one mentioned that the way of a short life, there is an immortal fate hums beneath it. Knowing that I was born with average capacity and unable to attain enlightenment and immortality, I always thought the second half was a farce. Now it seems you've gained other insight. She nods. Indeed, upon meeting Yun-Er and nurturing her diligently since then, I saw her exceptional capacity and continuous progress in cultivation. And I vaguely began to understand. The so-called immortal fate might mean that one day I could assist Yun-Er in achieving immortality and enlightenment. Fate hums beneath it. I observed her delicate practice and profound study, sensing her great ambition. I know that achieving immortality and eternal life was her aspiration. Therefore, without hesitation, I wholeheartedly wish to help her. But now, although Yun-Er has achieved eternal life, she lacks trace of freedom. She burst into tears, lamenting, since my drowning, my spirit has been wandering. In my previous life, I only met you and knew that Yun-Er was trapped, but I don't know her current situation. If you return to Jade Maiden, you may witness it firsthand. It should be so. I will set off immediately to meet Yun-Er at Jade Maiden Peak. If this matter can be resolved, Yun-Er will be able to achieve enlightenment and immortality. For me, seeing her once more will be enough of this life for me. That's good. Sohex Metaphospa says, I'll second that. Wuxia Zhengshai gains grand strategy. Cataclysm is like 99% of my gameplay at this point, so finding your channel is great. Yeah, I knew there had to be at least 3 of us out there. I've told this story a little bit, so I'll shorten it, but one of the reasons when I started the channel was I was really frustrated that everything I wanted to go watch Let's Plays of had no content. So I figured, well, I might as well do it myself. So here we are almost 3 years later. So I'm glad I was correct that there were at least a few other people out there with similar taste. Just as Rue was about to calm down and planning to take Shi with her, a young girl suddenly runs out of the crowd. She swiftly grabs her arm, shouting loudly, Sister, Mother has been looking for you for a long time. Why are you here chatting with strangers? I'm afraid this person has ill intentions. Wait, I don't have ill intentions. It's just the situation's urgent. She also startled. Despite struggling in every way, she seems hesitant, unwilling to hurt the girl. The young girl, not listening to Rue's words, seems afraid that her sister will be deceived by strangers. This child's unaware of the truth. What should I do? In such a changed situation, she couldn't help but soften her heart and actually follows the young girl's lead, saying, "For now, I can't leave. I'm really worried about my younger sister. In that case, come and find me later." Oh, you are so gonna die. All right, I'll find you later. She could only purse her lips tightly and then whisper, "Today's not the day. After I explain to my parents and young sister, we'll meet again next month at the staging post. I will not break my promise this time. If that's the case, I'll wait for you." Rue also knows it's difficult to handle the current situation. Matters of past lives are already hard to explain, especially when she is a young child. Watching she being dragged away by the girl, Rue can say no more, but stands there and sighs deeply, and silently watches the two walk away. Ponder. You're so gonna die. Apparently, I wandered into an attack. Alright, you look like you're willing to close the distance. Alright, ring that bell. Yeah, come here. Alright, you know what? You're putting up a defense. I'm gonna kick you for that. Stop putting up defensive stuff. Apparently that's too fast. Oh, I shouldn't have changed there. Alright, let me get this back on. Alright, get a couple openings, please. That's not enough. More. Yeah, more like that. It's fine. We can have a race. I'm pretty sure I win said race. God, encourage is so ridiculously good. It's a shame you can't use it on defensive techniques. Alright, let's all be incredibly sad. Alright, I don't actually need this. I'm gonna max out my energy. I'm getting very concerned about our time limit and us finishing this storyline. This has been very long. Parenting education. They want to know more about chi arts. Sure, my daughter. There you go. This is great. You were rated. Who is bewitched? All right. Haven't had that happen in a while. Sure. All right, Mr. Bewitched. You have a sword. That's not going to work out well for you. He's probably too low to actually be able to do anything to me. Ironically enough, when they're so low, they don't hit me, so they don't get the openings. Which actually makes them a little bit harder, weirdly enough. Okay, we're not gonna make it there, just in case he's gonna get rid of my stuff. Okay, nope, good enough. Oh. Since Rue has found you, Nurse Beloved, she should wait patiently for them to come. Today is the arranged on day. We have a forbidding feeling. Rue is puzzled for a moment, but the stranger whispers, according to Wizzy's description, could you be the successor of Taiwu? That's right. The person sighs deeply. Listen to me. I know that Wizzy had a prior arrangement with you, but she's unable to keep it. Her final moments, she insists that I come find you and give you a message. Final moments? The person's sorrowful expression. Rue has already senses bad news. After a moment of silence, the person tearfully says, alas, she's affected by a strange illness. It seems minor at first, but suddenly it worsened, defying all treatments. Now she's met an untimely death. What? She passed away? How can I explain this? She instructed me to find the successor of Taiwu and deliver the message. Although I want to come, it's impossible to fulfill the promise. Those destined for longevity will live long. Those with short lives will die early. So it's for the best. What does best mean exactly? Those destined for longevity will live long, those short die early. The person just shakes their head and says, Wazi was mature from a young age, taking care of her young sister, looking after family and friends. I don't understand the meaning of her words, but if you can comprehend it, consider the matters resolved. I can return. She's unlucky this time. With the words spoken, the person can't stop crying, bids a hasty farewell. I can only return to the peak. I feel like even if I try to drag them back instantly, it's not going to let me. I have a feeling this is going to keep happening. Do I need to reincarnate to grab this person? We'll end up doing it that way. All right. Back to the peak. All right, and like I said, I'm very concerned about time at this point. Also, I'm not reading. Hold on, we'll probably get new books here. You're back. Have you found my sister? Recounts the process in detail, listens intently, and narrates. Her expression becomes increasingly sorrowful, yet appears she had anticipated it all along. What a twist and turn. Yuner simply shakes her head with a bitter smile. As you said, senior sister couldn't bear to harm her younger sister. She chose to delay. Such sisterly love truly seems like her. Rue finds that Yuner deeply despondent, but without any blame. It seems as though she is recalling past events and on one hand while continuing. I never told you about this before, but senior sister joined Jade Maiden sect. She also had a young sister at home. Since she left home and moved to Jade Maiden, she had part with her younger sister. Her sister was reluctant to part from each other. After she was able to see her younger sister, she became despondent. Later, seeing the resemblance between me and her younger sister, her melancholy lessened slightly. I think she felt indebted to her younger sister, and now having siblings again naturally softened her heart. Yuner sighs softly, then changes the subject and mentions the particular prophecy. You said a short life, yet immortal fate hums beneath it. That's the whole prophecy she received, so that's how it is. At this point, Yunar's expression suddenly changes. In her words, there's a tone of lament, veiled resentment, and extreme love. Today, thanks to you, I finally understand the full extent of the prophecy, but I still don't know whether she jumped into the water because the sect leader forced her, or was her own decision, all for my sake. What is the truth behind past events? Yuner weeps. I don't know. I truly don't know. Even though it's said that severing emotions and love can lead to ascension to immortality, but if immortality I have now is achieved is actually the result of senior sister's sacrifice and her spirit wandering without peace, then what path am I truly seeking? And what kind of immortal have I become? Egram has trapped me here, probably not wanting me to live carefree without knowing the truth. It's really unreasonable to force people to sever emotion and love. Are we going to bring love back to the Jade Maidens? Yuner is momentarily overwhelmed with grief, then falls silent for a moment before composing herself and speaking in a low voice. What is the truth behind the matter? I also don't know. Now that things have come this far, I can only ask that you have to go on another trip, find senior sister and ask her in person. It's ultimately a regret of emotional knot remains untied. I'll do my best to find her. She hears Rue's words, relax her furrowed brow, and troubled expression remains. If it weren't for you, senior sister and I might still be separated in every life, each suffering alone. It's just that her life this time is shorter than the previous one. I'm afraid that sooner or later she'll only be able to exist as a fleeting soul, born in the morning and dead at night. We can never meet each other again. But her life has come to an end this time. It's unknown where she's gone. Wait for me to observe the spiritual aid. When you come back next time, I'll pass on martial arts. It's settled. The secret of Jade Maiden martial art can be summed up in 6 words. Love breeds sorrow, sorrow breeds life. There's a pity that I didn't comprehend it in the past. It wasn't until senior sister and I were separated that I realized it, but it was already too late. If I could bring the two together again, perhaps it's not too long after all. Head to the Ingram for some cultivation. Orthodox, please. Cultivation. Understood. T3, Nuwa Mending the Sky. When I was in China, I went to Nuwa's pavilion. I climbed her pavilion. It was very interesting. There was a place below where people, like a pit almost at the bottom of it, that people were throwing, I guess they'd be considered offerings, money offerings into. There was a lot of money. There was a lot of money there. Okay, Nuwa Mending the Sky. New Law Mending the Sky. We can instantly complete. Man, we are a good book reader. Done. Breakthrough. New Law Mends the Sky. Do it. Yeah, it was a very, very pretty place where that was at. It was in an area, I don't remember what the Chinese name is, but in English it basically translated to like Thousand Lakes. Very, very pretty place. Had a lot of stone bridges, Shinosuke. Just saying. Over like little water pathways. Okay, complete. Do the cultivation mirror. Find her. Perform the in-mirror cultivation. And she wants to fight again. Yunor's expression softens a bit and she nods and says, truly the successor of Taiwu, gifted with extraordinary talents, and you're diligent. Today, let us engage in battle. If you can claim victory, it indicates that you made some progress. You'll surely be able to discern the incarnation of my senior sister and fulfill my foolish heart's desire. All right, at some point, now she's up to 16. At some point, she's gonna hit me and I'm gonna defend with a soul absorption, just so we're all aware of how this is gonna go down. All right, let's turn on our, actually, you know what? I think we're gonna need to get closer on this one. I have a feeling she's gonna really try to keep me away. Yeah, look at that daze building up already. I do not love that. All right, hold on a second. Let me fix this. We're going to go to 4. Let's Toad Kick in here. Okay, she's trying to do a defensive maneuver. That's fine, TM. Actually, no. Just keep my movement up. Ah, and I turned it off. Oh my goodness, that is not good. All right, I need you to hit me with an ability so I can goink you. All right, I do have enough hits. Let's do one. This is really bad. Okay, I doubt that this is gonna be a lethal fight. Oh, there she goes. Okay. Yeah. E's got this. E hates music more than anyone else I know. Alright, E. Soul absorption. I was prepared for this. I don't know how I would get through that. My characters, even if I had more poise, I'm not sure we would be able to survive that. That is ridiculous amounts of damage. Jade gloves. Broken Egram mirror. A fragment of the broken mirror somehow taken from the Egram. It's not metal, stone, or jade, anything recognizable. Along its edges, faint engravings tell a story. One scene shows celestial maidens descending from the sky, encircling the Igaram. Another depicts the Igaram changing form, blooming like a lotus. In the next 12, the divine figures draw drops of crimson blood from blazing sacred furnace and place them on the lotus-like Ingram. And in the last, countless naked figures emerge from within. Ooh la la. Such inherent intelligence, a rare genius. That's what I call successor of Taiwu. This cultivation aims to assist you in stabilizing the chaotic world and transversing it. Yunur seems very satisfied, nodding repeatedly, hoping that Taiwu can bring her senior sister back as soon as possible. This is good. Go full melee and walk inside. I mean, I guess closer melee. I am full melee. Yunur lowers her gaze, seemingly lost in thought, and suddenly furrows her brow in silence. In our battle today, for some reason, I felt a resemblance between you and senior sister, which broadened my understanding. Before I met you, I also wanted to descend the mountain myself to search for senior sister. However, without Igaram, my body would be too weak to support a journey. Not to mention, the vastness of the world, I don't know where she even is. If I could roam freely like you, traversing the mountains and rivers, regarding who his senior sister is attached to and what she looks like, I could bring her back and eternally be inseparable within the Igarum. Yunur speaks with a mix of melancholy and longing. Will this truly lead to fulfillment? Unfortunately, I'm trapped here now. Feeling helpless in my thoughts, fortunately, I met you and received your assistance. Yunur holds up spiritual jade once again. Taiwu notices her snowy white hair shimmering under the light of the jade, emitting a radiant glow that seems to never fade. Yunur receives no response from Taiwu. She looks up and sees Taiwu examining her closely. She can't help but smile wryly. My hair has turned different color now. I wonder why. Perhaps it's due to my understanding the eternal separation of love. With this Igarum, my martial art has advanced to the point of resembling senior sister. Comprehending martial arts could actually result in snow white hair, just like how extreme grief can turn one's hair white overnight. Yunur lets out a soft sigh and continues. Since returning to Dongting, senior sister did turn completely white-haired overnight. Back then, I didn't understand why, but now... As Yunur speaks, she sighs heavily, lowering her eyes, her expression mournful with a hint of a bitter smile. The bond between senior sister and me is not yet fulfilled. She is still lingering in the world, wasting away her remaining lives. Whenever I think about her lonely struggle, my heart aches, and the sorrow is unbearable. You should just get possessed by her and that would solve this. At that moment, Yunur's voice is filled with sorrow, choked with emotion. She continues, you must know the person whose senior sister now attaches to has white hair, emitting a faint glow. Although I don't know where the person is, if you find them, please bring them to me. With your help, senior sister and I can finally end our suffering. Since I've agreed to assist you, I will embark again on the journey to find her. Amidst the vast sea of people, where is senior sister? Expresses her feelings. A faint image of mountains and rivers like a dream. Is what I've seen in the illusion of the mirror truly irreversible like destiny? Taiwu's heart stirs and ponders once more. If it were me, enduring longingness and isolation for thousands of years, uncertain whether such preservation held hope, toiling day in, day out, wandering back and forth, could I continue to find contentment? If I were to endure such hardship, I should have known the fate often toys with people. Although what ordained by fate is always prevails, naturally people can also prevail over fate. Although Taiwu harbors such thought, Yunur does not. When Taiwu snaps back, she wonders if she heard the previous words. Looking at her once more, he sees deep in thought, murmuring softly, fate prevails over human effort, or humans prevail over fate. Finishing the words, Ru remains uncertain about the extraordinary powers of Igarum, which seemingly also bring the dead back to life. Yet she ponders again why Yunur, who knows this, doesn't utilize to revive senior sister. Perhaps she had other considerations. Ascending to immortality, eternal life, Yunur's obsession runs deep. She could be seeking eternal life with senior sister. Go to the encounter. Hang on. Did anyone get got there? Is everyone all right? Is everyone all right? Apparently we're poisoned. I would not have expected that. Ping, you feeling it, man? All right. He looks like he's all right. He's all right. Ah, yes, the Igarum. Yunur speaks of this. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Just out of curiosity, I don't think we're going to be replacing it, but the broken mirror, Jade Maiden power is 20%. Okay. We have not gained any poise throughout this entire adventure. Just point that out. All right, find Yunur. My senior sister, in her current life, she has white hair like snow with a subtle glimmer. If you find someone, please bring her. I don't know where she is. Could you find some clues in the Igarum? Oh, encounter. Got it. I'm worried we're not going to be able to finish this today. At Jade Maiden Peak, in front of the Igarum, Ru suddenly witnesses a miraculous scene within it, stirring something within, reaching out. The illusions come alive once more. I'm seeking the truth. Touching the mirror, Ru feels cold, as sharp as winter snow, and yet soft as winter. Rippled spreads from the fingertips, distorting the dreams within the mirror, and suddenly a powerful force unexpectedly pulls Ru into the mirror. Face the illusion. Floating amongst chaos, where up is down. Okay, same text. We're back in the Agarum illusion. We're curious about what illusion we'll see today. As she contemplates, the scene before her changes, displaying scenes from the past. At a side an old table, a fair hand holds a pen. From the senior sister's perspective, Rue sits alone in the room, seemingly absorbed in writing something. The word on the paper reads, "A short life, yet immortal fate hums beneath it." Rue sees the senior sister's handwriting. It becomes clear she sits desolate. She repeatedly writing that ominous prophecy, her hand agitated. She adds a few lines, sacrificing oneself to water, aiding her ascent to immortality. She's so troubled, something unusual must have happened. Rue speculates. She suddenly hears a knock. As if accustomed to it, she quickly crumples the paper in front of her, pretending her writing nothing. Senior sister is wary. The visitor must be Yun'er. But the vague figure steps boldly in the room from outside. Rue doesn't recognize the person, yet from the transformed senior sister's perspective, she suddenly understands. This is the former leader of Jade Maiden sect, coming to seek senior sister. An uneasy premonition. Time flies. Why do you idle here, wasting your cultivation? The sect leader says, scrutinizing Rue with a sharp gaze, as if already aware of senior sister's secret. I was about to copy some music notation, having just prepared ink and brush. Rue responds coolly, maintaining her composure, yet the sect leader grows suspicious. If that were truly so, it would be fine, but I notice your recent restlessness. Even your Guquin playing lacks strength. As if violating a taboo of Jade Maiden sect, I wonder who is led to committing such an offense. Why would sect leader say this? Shocked, Rue listens as the head sighs softly, continuing, You're my disciple, whom I have always valued. Yet if you've indeed violated our rule as a sect leader, I cannot indulge you. Just reveal the name of this person. If you sincerely repent according to our sect's rules, your life will be spared. You would merely be expelled, left to wander, become wandering lovers with no ties to Jade Maiden. Expulsion from the sect? That must not happen. Oh, yep. This is the final push. In an instant, Rue thinks of Yun'er, and a sharp pain strikes her heart. If she were to betray her, resulting in her expulsion, how could Yun'er continue her cultivation to achieve immortality and fulfill her desires? Even if they could stay together then, it would be tainted by regret. Senior sister seems resolved not to betray Yun'er. Determined, Rue thinks how merciless the rules of Jade Maiden sect are, and just as Rue is about to argue with sect leader, she suddenly realizes words spoken are no longer that of senior sister, but her own thought. Could it be I'm controlling the illusion? Just as the thought arises, the scene before Rue suddenly blurs into chaos, revealing a long road leading somewhere. Resolve. Uh-oh. Amid confusing illusions, Rue presses on, uncertain of time. Suddenly a wind howls, and all she sees is white in response. They're at the peak of Jade Maiden, in front of the Igarum. Footsteps in the snow around it reading, A short life will only end in separation. A short life will end in separation. This is different from the prophecy of senior sister. Rue looks at the Igarum. The misty clouds within reflect her figure, and perhaps Yun'er's. How strange, at this moment, is me myself, or is it Yun'er? Although Taiwu Rue has long known the mysteries of the Igarum, she's still startled, and suddenly Yun'er's thoughts and desires come to mind. The name Igarum suggests there are two pieces. One is a jade mirror reflecting illusions, the other hidden within the mirror remains unknown, yet obtaining it might be a chance at immortality. Although senior sister receives a prophecy of a short life, perhaps possessing the Igarum could counteract it, sparing her from a doomed fate. Are we Yun'er now? Perhaps I should try stealing the Igarum. Knowing Yun'er's intentions, Rue simply follows her desires, deciding to steal the Igarum, but it's uncertain whether the Igarum grants immortality. As Rue ponders, she reaches out and touches the surface. Instantly, the world spins, cold fades, and before one can act, everything's upside down. She's in the mirror. I'm getting accustomed. Entering the mirror multiple times, Rue's mind is calm like water. Yun'er is experiencing this profound change for the first time, is shocked and flustered. She hurriedly reaches to find the surface. At Rue's fingertips, the boundary between reality and illusion is precisely the surface of the Igarum. Although she can exit through the mirror, she feels a weakness envelop her body, as if invisible force confines her here, unable to move forward. Now within the mirror, Rue can emphasize Yun'er's trapped spirit. Thinking of senior sister, Yun'er has been enduring a century of longing, clearly pining for senior sister, yet separated by life and death. Rue can't help but feel deeply moved. Is the Igarum trapping her as punishment for theft? After much contemplation, Rue finds no solution. Her senses, her conscience flickering in and out, time seems to rush by. When she awakens again, there's a jade spirit in her hand. From the sect leader's voice faintly emanates. The prophecy was true. Poor girl, she actually ended her life by casting herself into water. Alas, so be it. Just tell Yunur that Senior Sister has left Jade Maiden Sect alone, and now her whereabouts are unknown. The ethereal world are clear to Taiwu Ru, and because of them, Yunur's heart trembles, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a moment, Ru feels that Yunur finally succumbs to sorrow, collapsing to the ground, cannot get up. Senior Sister drowned herself. It seems this was related to the sect leader. I think that's a Padlin. Let's go find the reincarnation of this sect leader and show her the misguidedness of her ways. Path to Nowhere? Is this a cultivation game? I mean, that game had a really good OST, I'll give it that. Taiwu Ru cannot help but feel puzzled. Yunur is trapped in the Agarum and already knows the details. However, the full picture of Senior Sister's drowning remains unseen. She can only secretly upon. No, it doesn't. I think we have it now. I wonder if the illusion in Agarum might let me see the scene of Senior Sister's drowning. Thinking this, Ru's vision blurs. Accustomed, she stays her mind. Upon opening her eyes again, Ru feels the biting cold. Clothes fluttering, standing under chilly night sky atop the Jade Maiden Peak. Before her stands the sect leader, leading the whole Jade Maiden sect. Behind lies a deep abyss, with a river carrying broken ice endlessly. There must be a scene before Senior Sister's drowning. The sect leader frowns deeply, calling out, "Though you have left Jade Maiden sect, the world is vast, free to roam. Why are you so obstinate and silent?" Remain silently. Your fellow seniors and junior sisters all know you harbor secrets. They have seen the romantic stories in your room. Oh, she's started collecting the forbidden tomes. None devoid of sentimental and passionate entanglements. Yet if you truly feel no guilt, why not speak openly? Who has led you to break the rules? Remain silent. Ru reflects on everything seen before. Pressured by the sect leader, the senior sister still refuses to reveal Yunur's name. Believing a short life will only end in separation, her only desire is to help Yunur achieve immortality. Just to step away from rushing waters, when she thinks about the song, "Sacrifice myself to the water, aid her to immortality." With a sigh, Ru feels a release of heart, no longer clinging to any desire. Senior sister finally makes up her mind. Even the prophecy comes true, and they cannot be together then. Since longing lasts, why fear long parting? The love and sentiments of this world I've already understood. Looking at the sect leader and others with no fear in her heart, Ru cannot help but smile, faintly and proudly. Not a single Jade Maiden understands what love is. If love is indeed a sin, I bear it alone. With those words, before anyone can react, Ru turns towards the vast river. Knowing Senior Sister harbors no regrets with only one thought in mind, Ru takes a deep breath. Leap. As a cry of alarm echoes from behind. Why, you guys literally drove her to this. Growing fainter as she descends, Ru closes her eyes. When hitting the water, she feels only bone-chilling cold. Suddenly, it feels as though she's standing on solid ground. A dense fog rises around her, obscuring the river, suggesting the illusion has shifted. The surroundings are vast and empty. We're back in the mirror. Through the mirror, I am truly myself on Yunur's past. Ru focuses intently, savoring the myriad of thoughts in her heart. For a moment, one feels a deep emotional warmth, devoid of worldly concerns or chaotic times, leaving only a lingering image of the past, deeply engraved and heart-wrenching, compelling one to remain in the mirror, yearning in wakefulness and dreams. It seems to be Yunur's state of mind. It appears the scene before me is an illusion. With the heart settled, a spirit of jade appears in their hand, suddenly recalling the miraculous nature of the jade. Ru looks at it and sees it mingling in waters of the Zhang and Li rivers, misty and elusive, where one can faintly perceive the senior sister's spirit wandering anxiously. The senior sister indeed wanders the mortal realm, not entering cycle of death and rebirth. Ru observes quietly up till now. It feels like glimpsing divine intent, giving rise to new insights. However, seeing this, Yunur does not understand the reason and is suddenly overwhelmed with anxiety. Senior sister does not leave because her destiny with me is not yet fulfilled. Yunur holds those thoughts, pondering for a moment. Only thinking about senior sister does not leave because her destiny is not fulfilled. If so, she only needs to master the power of the Igarum. What then could she not be accomplished? If senior sister still lingers, why succumb to despair? Hope rekindles in Yunur's heart. Though still wretchedly painful, it's not as gloomy as it would be a century later. A thought stirs in the heart. Rue has the power to change the illusion. The key moment might be now. Disregard everything to leave the Agarum and search for Senior Sister, or continue to stay in the Agarum, quietly waiting for Senior Sister. If Taiwu Rue has the power to change the illusion, the key moment might be right now. I'll definitely give this story this. The writing's been good enough that I'm really torn on some of these decisions. I think that she should leave and she should search for her sister. I don't think we're going to be able to change the past, but you should just go find her. It's what you really want. With grim determination, Rue steps forward, crossing the boundary between illusion and reality. And to set foot on the solid snow almost takes all strength. With a few more steps, she leaps from the Agarum into the biting wind and snow. Despite feeling weak and heavy, one can continue pushing against the wind. I've left the Agarum. Now I can search for Senior Sister. Delighted and about to move forward, Rue catches a glimpse of her own reflection. I'm myself and not Yun'er of the past? Startled, she notices the image of Celestial Maiden slowly materializing before her eyes. Although she cannot see her face, Rue can sense the urgency of the Celestial's words. Although this is an illusion, you've defied fate and altered the past. Could it be the ability of the successor of Taiwu, capable of reaching through heaven and earth? Having changed Yun'er's mind, has our destiny also been altered? As I have mentioned, this is a matter of illusion. Though you have intervened and altered it, however, what is done cannot be undone. Yet with such a power as yours, changing two people's future destinies is not impossible. I see. Playing the Guquan side by side, strolling the lake with the lantern flowers, as bright as day, old memories, a cascade of various illusions, rush to Taiwu Rue's view. First, in past events between Yun'er and Senior Sister, followed by the heartfelt letters of the mysterious one, then the melody of solitary crane in mirrored water, playing softly, which dazzle Taiwu Rue's eyes with clarity finally returns. Past events surface, seeming to disturb the mind. A mix of sour, bitter emotions and a headache threatens to split Taiwu Rue's head. Fortunately, her spiritual power still remains. Rue held her breath and focused, dispelling all distracting thoughts. And when the Celestial Maiden's image is sought again, the numerous disturbing images instantly vanish. Why do these myriad illusions arise? It's because Yun'er is in the mirror, where countless past events are already stored. Since you wish to understand the heart of a lover, the Agarum responds to this sentiment, manifesting it here. So that's it. I now understand. The secret of the Agarum is indeed a heart of sentiment. The celestial figure nods silently, sighing lightly. I am the embodiment of the Agarum. When the Yun'er entered the Agarum, she became a lingering spirit, not by my intention. Everything is because she understood love, harboring attachment at a moment akin to enlightenment, yet not. If she cannot resolve her inner conflicts and fully understand its mysteries, Yun'er's life will remain forever trapped within the mirror, unable to achieve immortality. Ponder. The celestial figure then says, it is rare to see someone of your level of comprehension among the multitude of beings. You are destined to meet me, and having penetrated the truth of the matter concerning Yun'er and Senior Sister or the mysterious composer, surely you can handle them appropriately. Through this experience, I have naturally gained insight. So it is. Then, do you know why the Senior Sister throws herself into the water? The Senior Sister, to assist Yun'er in attaining immortality, was deceived by false prophecy and resolved to sacrifice herself to water, giving Yun'er a chance at divine fate. Hearing Taiwu Rue's answer, the Celestial Maiden neither nods nor shakes her head. You've understood the human mind, seen the scenes of the past. Whether it is or isn't, no one knows. The events of that year, involving Senior Sister and Yun'er, all were a series of misunderstandings. Whether by a series of misunderstandings or perhaps fate, it is destined. Since you have pressing matters to attend to, why not start your journey? When you return, perhaps all will be settled and we need not meet again. Why won't the Agarum disappear? And why do we not meet again? The celestial figure, avoiding a direct answer, then says, the person you're seeking is at White Marsh Lingzong village, where time is of the essence. Thank you, maiden. Yet this continual search for people still repeats the past, and who knows what will happen in the future. The mist rises again, obscuring the sky, then suddenly disperses. An illusion vanishes in an instant, and suddenly she feels the chill of frost and the brush of thin snow. Coming back to her senses, Rue finds herself standing at the mirror. Let's resolve this matter. I can't believe my voice is holding out as well as it is. I've done nothing but read today. My goodness. Okay, Guangnan White Deer Marsh. White Deer Marsh. Zoom zoom. The orchids are fragrant in the marsh, and as the spring water flowed tinkling, Rue stepped into White Deer Marsh and saw the beasts wandering along a path. People in green wandered the valley with baskets in hand, looking for herbs among the open woods. In the far distance, a sea of flowers, dazzling and bright in brilliant colors, with phantom white deer wandering across the field. Legend has it there's a place where a man giving out elixirs on a white deal. So this is the Valley of Flowers is located. While they had visited Valley of Flowers before, myriad feelings emerge. Continue the journey. Okay, we need Lingzi Village. That's over here. We'll use our teleportation's on cooldown. No. Okay, let's get a book equipped. Not studied. I'm down to very little. Unorthodox. Fine arts. Bang, bang. Bang. All right, good luck. All right, now we've already moved, but just for safety's sake, there we go. Oh no, wait. Okay, hang on. Let me go to the private vault. I'm gonna ping pong myself and it's gonna suck because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna dump all my materials here. Okay, that helped a little bit, but not that much. All right, let's dump some of the books that are super low, maybe. All right, good enough for now. All right, outside of town, roll the month. I think we're gonna push a little long today. I wanna see if we can resolve this current thing. I feel like we're coming to a head here. Okay, we are gonna later that one. On this day, the sky stands clear in the gentle breeze. Rue packs the belongings just about to set out, when a chorus of caws and chirps suddenly rise from far ahead, clashing and calling in an uneven pitch as if some creatures are locked in a scuffle. The following sounds, Rue arrives at the shade of a tree ahead. There, a crow swoops low towards the ground, while three squirrels huddle together below, their long tails trembling as they face like an approaching foe. The crow darts closer and dips its beak down. At once, the three squirrels' fur bristles along their backs as they spring forward in reckless defense, leaping at the crow. Only then does Rue realize that in their midst lies another little squirrel, motionless on the earth. The squirrels seem to be protecting their friend. Aww. Each time the squirrel drives the crow back, they immediately regroup and cluster around their fallen companion, guarding it close. Again and again this repeats. Though the crow attacks without rest, it still fails to have its way. When the crow suddenly rallies and dives once more towards the ground, the squirrel surges forward again, trying as before to force it back. But this time, as they rush in, the crow snaps its wings open and vaults in the air, rising several feet. In the next instant, it swoops down, straight down, lunging for the wounded squirrel. Get in the trench coat. All right, we'll drive away the crow. Seeing the danger, Rue does not hesitate. Bending down, Rue picks up some stones and flicks them with a snap of the fingers. The stones close in, the crow senses the cutting rush of air and bolts upright, beating its wings in a harsh caw, forced to veer off, retreating from the wounded squirrel. This is great. With the squirrel now out of danger, Rue turns to leave, but at that moment, the black speck appears in the distance, rushing closer. It's the very crow they had driven off. Sidestep and dodge. As Rue shifts slightly and avoids the strike with ease, the crow, however, fails to pull away in time, and the flick of the hooked beak snags the tie on the Rue's travel bag, makes our belongings fall on the ground. After sensing it's outmatched, it beats its wings and flies away. Is it nothing to worry about? Just as Rue stops to pick up what has fallen, a series of chitters rise beside their feet. Look at the ground. Hearing the sound, Rue looks down. The three little squirrels have gathered shyly at Rue's feet, standing upright with their hind legs and forearms clasped together, chirping loudly as if offering thanks. Ah, it was nothing. You should be on your way, little guys. The squirrels blinked their glossy black eyes, glancing about in confusion as if unable to understand. Then they chirp and pull out several plump, brightly colored wild fruits from their backs, carefully nudging them towards Rue's feet. Is this a gift? The little squirrels chitter a few more times and are about to bound away when a beam of light spills through the leaves and falls beside Rue, gleaming in the bright glow. Drawn by the light, the squirrels halt at once and scurry over. A shattered shard of mirror juts in the earth at a slant, sunlight spilling over it, slight gleaming ripples across the surface. Along the edge is faintly carved scenes, one showing celestial maidens descending from heavens to encircle the Agarum, another showing the Agarum transformed like a lotus in full bloom. Is this a broken fragment of the broken Agarum mirror that earlier fell at from Taiwu's travel bag? Now, a soft shimmer stirs within the mirror, and vague, wavering figures can be seen. Scrutinize. Several tiny figures appear in the mirror. No more than 7 or 8 years of age, their figures are smooth as carved jade, their expressions dazed and innocent. Startled, Rue snaps to attention and searches the surroundings, yet all is empty, not a single child in sight. Instead, there are 3 squirrels stand beside the mirror, circling the broken Ingram mirror again and again, nodding their heads from time to time, as though answering the figures within. Could it be? A sudden thought flits through Rue's mind, but before she can be grasped, another change unfolds. The tiny figures grow pale and withered, then collapse in an instant, crumbling into scatter the barren yellow earth, no longer bearing human form. At the sight, the 3 squirrels shriek in a sharp, hurried cry, and then whirl about and dart to the undergrowth, vanishing without trace. Could it be the figures in the mirror? Were those very squirrels given form? The Agarum is a relic of Immortals, its artifact said to give birth to life. Could it be the broken shard still holds the strength to grant form to living beings, to boost beasts to people, and to plants into flesh and blood? A thought stirs in Rue's mind. Raising the broken Agarum mirror, Rue turns it towards the surrounding grass, insects, and stones. Whatever the mirror light ripples, the plants remain plants, the insects scuttle as insects. They all reflect their true forms without the slightest trace. No idea what's going on. After turning the matter again and again, Rue cannot make sense of it, and at last sets the question aside. Looking about once more, the 3 squirrels are nowhere to be found, not even the little wounded one. It seems their companions have carried it away, retreating deep in the forest. That's great. Just as Rue is about to tuck the mirror back in the pack, a sudden clarity dawns on their mind. The Agarum is a relic of Immortals, and said to give birth to light, most attuned to the hearts of all beings. Those little squirrels who moments ago faced the crow with their fragile bodies to protect their fallen companion showed loyalty and devotion beyond measure. Could it be that this single act of feeling stirred the broken Ingram mirror, causing it to reveal those squirrels in human form? The mirror of high spirit gives form to that which holds feeling. As the thought settles in, Rue feels a sudden clarity in her own heart, sensing that this pinnacle holds great promise. Should fate one day align, perhaps a being of true feeling may yet be found, one that the broken mirror could grant human form, to awaken to the ways of the heart and bring forth a marvel of destiny. Maybe we'll be able to bring back Senior Sister. Put away the broken mirror. Just as we tuck the mirror in the pack, a queer crane's cry suddenly rings out in the heavens. Looking up, she sees a white crane gliding through the sky, a plain letter tied to its leg. The crane draws near Rue, lets out a soft call, and gently shakes free the message from the foot. The letter falls straight and true into Rue's palm. Before Rue can respond, the crane soars into the clouds. Read the letter. Rue sees Taiji symbol painted at the center of the envelope. Upon it says to Taiwu. It appears to be a letter from Wu Dang. Open the envelope. Taiwu Rue unfolds the letter and reads it carefully. The calligraphy upon the page is firm and upright, full of character. It's the Wu Dang sect leader's own hand. The letter begins in earnest inquiring about Rue's health and well-being and gentle reminders to take care, and only the second page comes to the heart of the matter. Of late, Little Black Snake has been behaving most strangely. In the past, it always kept away from human settlements, dwelling in remote and hidden places. Yet, in recent months, it's repeatedly slithered into the villages around Wudang Mountains, lingering in populous areas and alarming people. The common folk bear it no longer and have come to us to plead their case. After much thought, I believe this matter must be investigated by the successor of Taiwu. This is unnatural. After finishing the letter, Rue can't help but feel a surge of worry. Thoughts fill the Little Black Snake. Once we resolve to travel to the mountains. Time is of the essence. Okay, so is this the joint thing from doing Wu Dang and Jade Maiden? Or is this continuing our current quest? I'm not convinced. Yeah, this is the one I want to be on right now. I don't like that said time was of the essence. I don't like that at all. I'm going to stick with trying to finish Jade Maiden, though. If somebody knows the answer to my question there, I am happy to have you tell me. A, is that just the Wu Dang, like, crossover bit? And B, is it truly time limited? We are so going to have weight problems. All right. We need to go to Lingzan Village, which is right here. It's not that far away. I think we'll just walk. This day, Rue arrives at the place, thinking back to the task entrusted by Yun'er and the scenery of the illusionary realm. She searches for the person with snow-white hair emitting a faint glow. However, apart from the elderly, people with snow-white hair are already rare, let alone those with white hair emitting a glow. Despite searching everywhere, can't find anything that matches the description, feeling puzzled and perplexed. Yun'er's words should not be wrong, but it seems like there's no one here with a unique trait. Rue harbors doubts, searching repeatedly, inquiring amongst passerbys. After wasting a few hours, still finds no trace. Snow-white hair with faint glow. Could it be such a person doesn't exist? Rue lingers in this place, unable to find any leads to pursue further. Could it be that Yun'er's guidance is wrong and that Senior Sister's not here, leaving her with no choice but to return empty-handed? If Senior Sister's not here, where could she be? I wonder where there'll be other clues. Staying here is now a waste of time. With a clear mind, Rue realizes that she can't find Senior Sister and has to reconsider. It's better to return to Jade Maiden first and inquire about Yun'er. Return to Jade Maiden. Okay. My goodness, we have done a lot of traveling today, too. Back and forth, back and forth. I'm kind of surprised that they keep having me go to the same places. Sure, we'll help the refugees. All right, go to Jade Maiden. I knew I saved this for a reason. Taiwu Rue returns back to the foot of Jade Maiden Peak after several days. Dusty and weary from the journey, she can finally rest for a moment. Senior Sister's whereabouts are elusive. Who knows when I will find her? Rue reflects on the journey, realizing that there's not anyone resembling Senior Sister on the way. The search continues to be fruitless. That's strange. Rue is at a loss at the moment, staying still and recalling Yun'er's words about scenery of illusionary realm, muttering. Thinking back, during the journey I have not encountered anyone who has connections to Jade Maiden Sect. Jade Maiden Sect? If you're looking for someone related to the sect, it must be me. Just then, a clear female voice rings out surprisingly. Rue turns and looks and finds the speaker does not have snow-white hair. She seems ordinary and does not appear to be possessed by Yun'er's sister. While Taiwu Rue is pondering, the woman continues. I passed by and heard you were searching for someone related to Jade Maiden Sect. That'd be me. What connections do you have? My surname is He, and my name is Yu Yan. Previously, I had the pleasure of witnessing Jade Maiden Sect descending the mountain to punish evil and eliminate justice. I saw them handle enemies with unwavering calmness, as graceful as immortals. I secretly learned a few moves from them and diligently studied music, hoping one day I could join them. The person I seek has a peculiar fate. It shouldn't be you. As Taiwu Rue finishes speaking, He Yu Nian loudly responds, I also have a peculiar fate. How can you be so sure that I'm not the one you seek? Listen to me, and you'll know I'm not lying and understand why I must go to Jade Maiden Peak. Since you're persistent, go ahead and explain. He Yulian smiles and continues. I never told anyone about this before. One midnight I had a dream, and since then I've been having the same dream every night. In that dream, it's vague and snowy, but I remember looking down from midair and seeing two immortals sitting at an icy, snow-covered cliff. One playing the guqin mournfully and the other playing a flute. Playing a guqin and a flute? Could it be? After seeing any change in Rue's expression, continues. I was drifting on the wind, unsure of where I was heading, feeling my body stiffen and consciousness fading away, falling with snow. Just as I was about to die, the music stopped and the immortal who played the Guquin reached out and caught me. Upon hearing her description, the angle of view does not resemble that of Senior Sister, but rather matches someone else's. I curled up on the immortal's pawn, shrouded in warmth and darkness. Not knowing how long I stayed there, when the immortal opened their hands again, I saw dew on bamboo leaves, no snow and wind. The immortal had descended from the snowy mountain and brought me to a bamboo forest where I found peace and joy. Was she a firefly, I take it? After that, I wake from the dream. The scenes of the dream are so vivid and unforgettable that I descended to go to Jade Maiden Peak to find out more. While saying this, He Yunian raises an eyebrow and speaks cheerfully. So do you now understand my connection to Jade Maiden Sect? It's me you're looking for. It's not exactly like that. After hearing He Yunan's story, Rue realizes that it's different from what Senior Sister had dreamed of, indicating she was not the person attached to. However, the tale's undoubtedly unusual and perhaps there's some connection. Thinking about it, Rue is about to mention Yun'er and Senior Sister, but notices a faint glow occasionally flickering amongst Yunyang's hair, which is surprising. Though you don't have white hair, there's a faint glow. Why? He suggests, since you're puzzled, why not take me to Jade Maiden Peak? Perhaps you'll find out the truth. I may as well take you with me. But we are still chugging along, brah. This has been a long one. I'm gonna push it a little bit. I'm kind of hoping we can finish this section. Upon hearing these words, regardless of anything else, merely with Taiwu Ru's agreement, He Yuan can't contain her joy. At that moment, Taiwu Ru thinks of the past, still concerned, fearing that any delay might prevent the two from meeting due to ill fate of Senior Sister. Although it seems that he is not a reincarnation of Senior Sister, she evidently is related to the matter. Jade Maiden is within reach, taking her is not without of question. The matter's urgent, we'll set off and not delay. Just as we're about to take her to the peak, here's a humming, a faint and distant at first, then drawing nearer, which is the solitary crane and mirrored water. Only Yun'er and I are familiar with the tomb. Could it be? As Rue looks around, she suddenly feels a chill in the air and hears faint sighs. In an instant, it seems a snowstorm is imminent, with scattered snowflakes gently melting on her shoulder. Sense something. The scene feels strangely familiar. With sudden realization, Rue looks ahead. In the gentle flurry of snow, a fragile figure appears, swaying unsteadily as if on the verge of dissipation. It's none other than Yun'er, who should have been staying in the Igaram. She looks pained and fragile, almost as if she'll melt away like drifting snowflakes. Yun'er, why did you bother to come here yourself? Taiwu Ru is greatly shocked, but soon she finds He gazing at Yun'er, murmuring to herself, "It's her, the immortal playing the flute in my dreams." Hurry forward. Yun'er is swaying unsteadily, struggling to take steps. As she suddenly approaches Rue, she seems to be running out of strength. Suddenly, she stumbles forward. Without hesitation, Rue rushes forward and swiftly catches the ice-cold Yun'er in her arms, comfort her soul. Rue places the hands on her back, only to find her body is icy and abnormally weak. After a while, Yun'er opens her eyes. "You're very weak. You must return to the Igaram as soon as possible." After calming down a moment, Yun'er softly says, "I'm no longer afraid. I've been waiting in the mirror for so long that I become obsessed. I asked you many times to find Senior Sister, but I forgot that I can't always entrust everything to others and only wallow in self-pity without taking action. If I really want to find my beloved..." Not long after you left, I had an idea. Now that I finally came to my senses, so I followed your R and came down the mountain. Fortunately, it's not too late. It seems you have found Senior Sister, which is quite a coincidence. The person with peculiar traits and knows about some past, but it's not your Senior Sister. Rue turns and looks over, seeing He gazing at Yun'er's face. She takes a few steps forward, but doesn't dare get too close, just staring at the scene. Barry! Leaning against Taiwu's embrace, Yun'er struggles to stand. When she looks at He, she suddenly smiles and sheds tears. Your eyes are still straightforward and reckless. I remember you clearly. You were once a little lost insect. One day, a junior sister playfully caught you and took you up the mountain to play. After that, you couldn't find your way down the mountain, and somehow ended up flying to the top of the Maiden Peak. There, you met Senior Sister and me as we played the gukwang and sang. Feeling sorry for you, Senior Sister reached out and caught you, holding you in the palm of her hand all the way down the mountain. A little lost insect, I see. As Yun'er speaks, her breath becomes lighter. That day, I was so focused on the Agaram illusion that I didn't notice Senior Sister had already planned something in her mind. I also didn't follow her when she decided to go down the mountain and send you back. I never expected that the Guquin at the edge of the cliff would be the last time I saw her. Listening to Yun'er's account, He looks even more distressed and speechless. Seeing this, Yuner can only smile bitterly and continues. Before today, I believed that as long as I had spiritual jade, I could always glimpse Senior Sister's soul. But unexpectedly, after entrusting Taiwu Ru with the task of finding her, he could only find you after many twists and turns. Upon further reflection, perhaps it's because Senior Sister had no lingering worries. Her soul had dissipated. Even after searching every corner of the moral world, I'm afraid I will never have a chance to meet her again. We already know where the spirit is, but it's still failed to find her. Could it be? Hearing Yuner's words, Ru has a sudden enlightenment, recalling a faint light emitting from the hair of he, and then lost in thought. Could it be Senior Sister is here and not attached herself to a human body? Yuner seems extremely weak. Oh my goodness, I'm running out of steam. You can do it, Babel. Yuner seems extremely weak. Without realizing that, she half closes her eyes and continues speaking. I've been guarding the Jade Mirror for 100 years. Looking back now, I realize it was my self-perceived deep affection. Taiwu Ru, this encounter happened because I sensed your desires and thus asked for help. Yet I felt hesitant myself and dared not defy fate to do it on my own. Now I understand why you're willing to travel day and night just to see the composer once. As for fate, it's not a hindrance for you. Why did I never think that Senior Sister who committed self-ending, sorry, YouTube will bang me, in the past, and whose soul now wanders, did all this to help me ascend to immortality? If that's the case, why should I not leave the lonely and cold, empty mirror and personally go search for her? As soon as Yuner finishes speaking, a faint light suddenly emerges from He's hair, as if it has understood what Yuner said. It circles around He before flying straight to Yuner and Taiwu, hovering from. It's a firefly. Could be worse. Could be playing Akamagia. Why would that be worse? Surprised by the sudden appearance of the firefly, he exclaims, "This is the firefly I raised. It usually stays in my hair. Why is it suddenly flying out today?" The firefly does not fly far, nor does it evade. It flutters in front of Yuner, swirling around her and shining brightly, revealing its agile and radiant form. Nimble and agile, like the Jade Maiden footwork art. Yuner, instantly stunned by what she sees, suddenly seemed to understand, her eyes changing as she stares at the firefly. Ponder. The firefly illuminates the snow, resembling glowing fragmented light and shadows. Those faint dots of light, just like the flying to avoid the moon, drifting as if following the stars. Yuner gently extends her finger, and the tiny creature instantly lands on the palm of her hand. The spiritual jade in her embrace also seems to respond, emanating a dazzling light. Senior Sister, we have finally reunited in this lifetime. So this is Senior Sister. It's attached to a small firefly. Since parting ways for lifetimes regret not reuniting earlier, we both assumed Senior Sister must be in human form, but I never expected her soul to be so weak, unable to even attach to a person. Perhaps it was due to various circumstances surrounding the care of that insect, she was able to attach to the firefly and meet me at this moment. I see. Because that game is 99% stories, your voice rate. Ah, I gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah, 4 hours definitely seems to be about my max. Like, sometimes 3. I mentioned earlier, but it's really smoky here today, which is definitely not helping. Yuner seems extremely happy, with words that are seemingly endless, tears on the verge of falling but not yet fallen. Witnessing everything up until this moment, Ru cannot help but feel deeply moved, yet she still harbors unreserved concerns at this moment. After enduring so much, you finally reunited. What are your plans for the future? Yuner gently holds the firefly Senior Sister is attached to, treasuring it deeply. She then turns to look at Ru and he by her side, and slowly says, Senior Sister and I were originally destined to be apart. If it weren't for you, how could I ever meet her again? Today I've fulfilled my wish to see her, and thanks to your guidance, I can no longer seek to stay together in this life. Now I only hope to retrieve the person who composed the tune and repay your kindness. Sigh continuously. Yuner then propped herself up, trying to stand firmly, but without Ru's support, she staggers several times. The secrets of the Ingram are finally revealed. With Senior Sister found, it can now be used by me. However, we cannot delay any longer. I've been away from the Ingram too long. I fear I may not be able to sustain myself any longer. I need to return to the Agarim as soon as possible to fulfill your wish. If that's true, you need to return as soon as possible. Yunar looks at Taiwu, her expression filled with a hint of melancholy. I'm deeply grateful and cannot express my gratitude enough. I must take senior sister and leave now. I made a promise to you earlier. When you return to Igaram, I will be there when you play that tune. If there's still unresolved fates, no matter what they are, we will meet again. Yunar, hearing this, murmuring softly, that's why you are the only one who can see through this matter. I don't know why, but you seem to more and more similar to senior sister. Yunar says no more. Turning to Miss He, my senior sister received your care, and for this kindness, both she and I will never forget. As Yunar speaks, the firefly flies out of her palm, circles in front of He, and then lands back in her hair, as if expressing gratitude. He watches in astonishment, waving her hand repeatedly, saying that this is simply repaying the help from a past life in this life. It truly cannot be considered a favor. Seeing this, Yunar says no more, bids farewell to the two, and then turns and heads back to Jade Maiden Peak. After a moment, the wind and snow cease, leaving only Rue and He there, gazing into the distance where Yunar has gone. The events of today leave me feeling emotional. I've always admired Jade Maiden Sect when I was young. Perhaps it's due to past connection, making me always remember. Now that I've found the one you seek, and you two immortals have your wishes fulfilled, it is repayment of past kindness for me. In the wondrous workings of fate, the rise and fall relationships, how could we ever know? At this moment, Rue remembers again. He had many times expressed her longing towards Jade Maiden Sect, hoping to become one of them. Since she truly shares the destined bonds with Yunar and the others, it'd be best to lend her a hand and help her join. Take this letter written by my hand, and you can enter Jade Maiden Peak, claiming to be a disciple recommended by Taiwu. The sect leader will surely accept you. He was shocked and then delighted. So you're the successor of Taiwu, what remarkable fate. I had heard the successor of Taiwu endures hardships in practicing martial arts of all sects, slaying evil. Unexpectedly today, I am fortunate enough to meet you, forming a good bond and receiving your recommendation. Your bond with Jade Maiden is deep, so this is what you deserve. As for this matter, how can it be clarified fully? Saved by an immortal past life, aiding the successor today, I am content. He sighs deeply again, but I wonder if one day I can comprehend a subtle sentiment in an immortal melody. Ponder. After this, he bows to Rue, bids a reluctant farewell, and then turns to walk toward Jade Maiden Peak. As He's figure disappears, Rue stands in place, feeling emotional. At this moment on the Celestial Maiden Peak, in the mirror, there's probably already a pair of lovers. Yet, where the person who wrote Solitary Crane in Mirrored Water drifted has remained unknown. Despite the longing separation and the longing remaining unchanged, through this experience, Rue finally understands the nature of human love. Still need to go in front of the Ingram to inquire about the matter with Yunar. Head to the Ingram. There we go. All right. I'm going to roll the month, and I'm going to have to admit defeat. My voice is done. So, on Friday, we will finish this up, and I have a suspicion we're going to beat the sword mound and possibly the game. So if we don't finish on Friday, almost assuredly, we're going to finish on Saturday. I'm going to plan that we will do a marathon stream, I think, and we'll go for finishing up. So I was hoping we could finish Jade Maiden today, but that obviously did not seem to be our fate. I just want to see if our poise has changed here before I zip out of here. As always, if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to leave a like. That helps me a ton. If you're not subscribed, I hope I've earned your subscription. Cheer for Ruin the Duck. We have not got any poise yet. People made it sound like that was going to be so quick. Yeah. If you want to support the channel, you can always leave a super thanks on a video, a super chat when I'm live. Consider becoming a member of the channel or checking out the Patreon. I will see you guys for the Friday or Saturday stream, which will probably be the finale of Taiwu. So good times ahead. I hate to leave you on a cliffhanger, no pun intended here, but it is what it is. All right, guys, I hope that your Wednesday goes well. In about 2 hours, we'll be back. We're going to do some Dragon Sword, assuming my voice will carry on. We're about 60% of the way through that playthrough, so chugging along pretty quickly. All right, have a great day. If I don't see you, I hope I'll see you on Friday. Also, I released a Cataclysm video yesterday. Seems to be doing all right. If you're interested at all, give it a chance and see if you enjoy it. All right, I'm going to go rest my voice and get some lunch. I will see you guys later. Babble out.